wave at the spotters parked off the left there. They're doing a nice live stream right now.
All right, Logan, good wave.
Flying from my heading, quick for tickets.
Welcome to the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota for live plane spotting on MSP Airport Live. Happy Saturday, everybody, as we get our live plane spotting coverage underway from the aircraft viewing area on a sensational Saturday out here at Minnesota's Aviation Mecca. You can see downtown Minneapolis in the distance just across the way. Happy to welcome everybody in to our live program this afternoon. Alex Redding, John Joseph with you to break down today's action as it happens. We've got 30 ops. We've got the 747 from Louisville coming in tonight, which is more of an unusual assignment for a Saturday. Got Delta 160 Heavy also about to depart here within the next several minutes. It's going to be fantastic as we open up our show today under some pretty amazing weather, mostly clear skies. Temperatures right now are, I think, around the 70s here. We'll pull up our
Hey, everybody. Good to see
we're
you. John
actually
here.
the mid-60s today.
I got 65, Alex.
Well, it's just about perfect. How you doing, John? It's been a little while since we've had you on the program.
Yeah,
And
I'm doing good. Great to be back. Ironically that I show up on a really nice, warm, sunny day, huh?
we bring the great weather with us, John. Always appreciate it.
Absolutely.
2983 Minneapolis Tower, winds 24010,
Light breeze.
that's 19er, runway 30 right, clear to land.
I'd call this weather warm.
Air 2 Minneapolis Tower, proceed across.
It's not cool. It's warm. We'll take that.
Absolutely will.
Yeah, hey, everybody. Welcome in. Good to be back. It's been a while since I've been on, but I monitor from wherever I'm at home or around the country or sometimes around the world. But today worked out.
Well, today it's going to be a pretty fun show before we head off to Los Angeles next week. So we are doing a Saturday show today just because LA is less than a week away, of course, and we'll be departing Minneapolis, St. Paul.
And this will be your last show,
On
Alex,
Tuesday.
right? Before Tuesday. No show Sunday, no show Monday. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay,
so no
good.
show Monday and no show on Tuesday, obviously, because we'll be traveling on Tuesday.
Right.
We got Delta 170 Heavy that is transiting to the threshold of runway 30 left for departure.
Certainly is, Alex. It's getting ready to blast off here shortly. That'll be 8350-900 today. Always nice to see the 350 back on the Amsterdam route.
Well, we're going to enjoy an entire summer of the A350.
Just made the switch. 160 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, flag on my heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading, clear takeoff, 30 left, Delta 1.
So they're not even lined up with the
There
runway,
you
and they
go.
are already
Right.
cleared for
That's
departure.
Right. That's right. Nothing on the horizon coming in, so they got the green light to go. Always nice. And they are right on time today. They pushed back right on schedule. That's good. Make all those connections over there at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. Lots of passengers on there, probably connecting on KLM to parts all over the world. Tulip season should be pretty much in full bloom over there right now, too. You know, a great majority of the world's tulips come from Amsterdam.
Oh, wow. So how are we doing today, everybody? So great to have everybody tuning in. I'm a little bit late in getting started. I just had something come up personally for me early this afternoon that took longer than expected. So we are more than in time to catch the action here today.
So are you telling everybody, Alex, you have a life outside of MSP Airport Live?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We knew that.
All right, everybody, here's Delta 160 to AMS.
377 Minneapolis Tower, caution mark turbulence from my 30 left, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, 30 left, okay. So 2679, Minneapolis going to take the top of the gate.
Start taking off, sir.
I got a 3041, runway 17, taxi to Atlanta.
It's going to Amsterdam, Netherlands.
The plan is going to stop at Amsterdam and then go to Netherlands.
We went to the Netherlands one time.
Oh, yeah.
We
Well,
took that plane. All right, you ready to go? All right, let's go. Is that kind of fun?
4236 Minneapolis Tower, winds 25013.
So they're going to fly the runway heading out of here to AMS, John. That's a great way to start the show with that.
Certainly is, Alex.
Delta
And
160.
now that, Delta, since retired quite a long time ago, the 747-400, this is Delta's new Queen of the Sky, wouldn't you say?
North of Minneapolis Airport.
Yeah, this is the brand new Queen of the Fleet for Delta Airlines. And we very much enjoyed the A350 spotting that we get here from Minneapolis, St. Paul. So if you're just tuning in, welcome. It's always busy here around the Twin Cities, especially if you're a Delta fan. You're going to love our programs every single time that we're on the air. And we have the best stream, the best seat in the house here at MSP Airport. We invite you to spot along with us today before we go to LAX next week. This will be our final stream from Minneapolis, St. Paul before we take the trek to Southern California. Join up with our friends, LA Flights Live, for a fantastic 3 days of live spotting. So we have the schedule finalized as to where we'll be and what we'll be doing.
Well, I don't know if Logan is more excited to be on LA at LX Live or to go get an In-N-Out burger.
I think he might be equally as excited for both.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're right.
I'm right there with him. I love In-N-Out.
Absolutely. Always good.
All right, here's Delta 377 headed to Anchorage with the A321neo.
24013, gust 24, flag on my heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Off to the wild frontier, Anchorage, Alaska.
And a place you've also been many times as well, John.
Times. Yep, always loved going up to Anchorage for the layovers. It was a great flight. The passengers were always in a really good mood because they were going on either a cruise through the glacier country, or we had a lot of hunters that would go up there and hunt, and just people heading up on their vacation. So vacation destinations are great because the passengers are always in great moods.
Something that you know all too well from your your experience as a flight attendant, first with Republic in '86. Or 1980, I think.
Yep, that's okay.
86 was the year that you became a Northwest flight attendant when the two airlines,
That's
Republic
right.
and Northwest, merged, and then you carried on with Delta from 2008 onward until 2020 when you decided to hang it up.
Yeah, yep. COVID had a lot to do with that, for sure. But it's been great. Retirement's been really fun for me, and
I assume there's not a whole lot of regret walking away from it, because that would be my question. Do you still have those thoughts or any of those thoughts that I wish I still was maybe flying, or were you kind of ready at that point?
Not anymore, Alex. I did in the beginning.
Okay.
When you end any career, especially look at what just happened to Spirit Airlines. We'll talk about that maybe a little later in the show, but walking away from any career after 40 years, it's bittersweet, that's for sure. The first couple years, I don't think if I had regrets, because I was go all the time, then suddenly it came to a grinding halt. So that was kind of difficult for me, but it's been great now. No, it gives me an opportunity to travel when I want and where I want, with the benefits that Delta's offered me in retirement. So I'm a happy camper, as they say.
Absolutely, and we appreciate you being with us and all the knowledge and wisdom that you
Thank you.
impart onto us when it comes to
I
all
try.
things aviation, and especially about with the aircraft operations, and something you were wrapped up with for a long
Well,
time.
right,
obviously,
Alex.
but-
I was one of those flight attendants. I don't know if it was, say, rare, but I think it might have been rare that I really loved the airplanes. I knew what kind of planes I was looking at. I interacted a lot with the pilots, which really helped. I had lots and lots of pilot friends, and I took a few flying lessons for a little while, and, it's in your blood. It just gets in your blood, so that's good.
I mean, it gets in my blood to come out here too, and catch the action as it happens, and and everything with the live planes today as well. I want to get to some of your comments here in just a minute.
Let's see what we've got arriving right now, Alex.
It's an Airbus A220.
That's a popular aircraft here in MSP. Looks like that's coming in from Baltimore, one of the Washington, D.C. area airports. PWI.
Turn right to contact ground point 9.
Right turn, ground point 9, Delta 2805. Ground Delta 2805 is clearing runway 30 left at Delta for gate Foxtrot.
2805
Alex, before I got here before you, because you had a little bit of delay with your family, but I was able, for you Minnesota Wild fans out there, if you're listening in Minnesota, I'm sure there's a lot of you, I was able to catch the departure Delta Flight 8950 with the Minnesota Wild hockey team on it, on its way to Denver, Colorado, to play the Avalanche coming up. So I'm sure everybody knows by now that they made it through the first round. I know you watched the game, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, there was a part of me where I'm like, I don't know if we're going to pull it out, but
When they pulled that goalie.
Yeah.
Once they pulled that goalie with 3 minutes left, and then we got the one goal, and then I think the second open net goal was the length of the ice, which I think even surprised some of the teammates.
Yeah, so the score might be a little bit inflated
Yeah.
compared to what it was, but just over 9.5 minutes left with that goal by Quinn Hughes.
Well, in the series, there were 2 overtimes, and one was a double overtime, so it was an exciting series. So we
It's
move
an all-time
on.
classic, and one that a lot of fans around here are happy to win, not just because it's the first playoff win in over a decade or playoff series win for the Wild in over a decade. About 11 years ago, 2015 was the last date the Wild won a playoff series. But also because the Dallas Stars, way back in the day in 1967, were minted into the National Hockey League, their first ever expansion as the Minnesota North Stars.
That's right.
So there you go, a little bit of hockey trivia for you on this Saturday.
Ground Sun Country 107.
Don Rumsey, thanks so much for tuning in today. Happy Saturday. Greetings, folks. Captain Mickey Mouse 1. This is little Mr. John Joseph and Alex Redding. Hey, Captain Mickey Mouse, so great to see you today.
Hi there.
Paul Hansen checking in the chat. So he is our occasional co-host and our pilot friend from Spirit. And I know that we said that we would
Should we
talk
talk
a little bit about that. Yeah, and while
let's
we have a moment here, we're going to talk
elephant
about
in the
that.
room. Let's talk
That's
about the
elephant
in the room for sure.
Yeah.
Yes, as all of you probably know by now, Spirit Airlines unfortunately ceased operations at 3 a.m. this morning. It was sort of predicted, that's for sure. And our dear friend who comes out here as a guest every now and then, Captain Paul Hansen, I spoke with Paul today. And I told him we were going to talk about the airline ceasing to exist anymore. And I told him we wouldn't really mention his name out of respect, but he said it was okay that we could mention to him. So, Paul, I know you're listening. Alex and I and everybody here at the show, our heartfelt condolences for, I know you loved your job and we're proud of it, but, you're going to land on your feet. And there's 17,000 other employees that were there at Spirit Airlines. So it's never good to see an airline go out of business. But as I spoke
Paul,
with,
we were thinking about you last night,
Yeah.
and especially
Our-
RJ
yeah,
included.
everybody here.
Yeah,
Yep.
everybody here feeling a little bit sad for you, Paul, just because of how everything happened, and also just for the many employees that work for Spirit that got a punch in the gut last night.
but I think it wasn't a huge surprise. I don't think, you know.
Everyone could see it coming.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
been in the news, and
Yep.
the airline has filed bankruptcy twice, and within a year, that didn't help. You know,
Yeah, and
There's a
if
lot-
you file bankruptcy, twice within a year, it's basically a death sentence. It's like in the business world, it's sort of like getting diagnosed with a terminal illness. I mean, if you cannot make up the money to cover it.
there's definitely a
And-
laundry list of what
Yeah.
went wrong. You know,
Yeah, and it's easy to point the finger, this and that, but I think as aviation enthusiasts, taking the time to reflect on Spirit, what they did for ultra low cost flying, introducing more people to the world of aviation, and maybe lowering the price bar to the point where more people could afford travel. And
they had
it's
some
going to be a
engine
very
issues,
different
too.
world without Spirit here in the United States.
Yeah.
And, we go to Los Angeles next week, John. It's going to be very, very weird not seeing any banana buses anywhere.
Well, I wore the closest hat I could find in all of my hat collections. I've got the old flying banana hat on, a Hughes Air West hat for you, Paul. This is in honor of you. So,
All right, here, let's see it, John.
okay. Right here.
All
There you
right,
go,
so
Paul.
Say hello to John, everybody.
How's it going, everybody? Good to see you. Yep, it was, I told Paul that today,
Right there.
Yep.
Look at that.
it's right there.
Hughes Air West.
Hughes Air West, which ironically was the airline that I've been on their flights before when Republic Airlines purchased them and merged with them back in 1981. So, and ironically also, we have these yellow flowers right in front of the viewing area, and they stretch from there's a road here that utilizes with trucks and things, and it goes all the way down the viewing area. There, Alex has it there. Look at that. Paul, look at all those yellow flowers. They just sprung up, so hope that makes you smile. But yeah, it's unfortunate what happened. The airline hasn't turned a profit in 7 years, and they've had a lot of external pressures, that's for sure. They had some engine recalls with the Pratt & Whitneys, Alex, you probably are aware of that. And that grounded a lot of their aircraft. And then they were supposed to have a merge. They had a failed merger with JetBlue that was rejected. So that didn't help them either. So,
Well, don't even forget the time that Frontier and Spirit put forth their merger proposal.
right. Yeah, they needed
I think
some help.
maybe it was put forth twice and rejected.
Yeah, you're probably right. But the other airlines are stepping in. I was watching the news this morning, and they're going to help out a lot of the passengers that are stranded with Spirit that have Spirit Airlines tickets. If they bought them with Spirit on Spirit.com, Delta, United, and American, they're going to be honoring those tickets and give them a pretty good deal to fly on them. And they can also get a refund from Spirit Airlines, but you have had to buy the ticket at Spirit.com. And then there's also going to be pilots and flight attendants that are stranded out around the system. And the other airlines like Delta and United and American have stepped up to the plate, and they are going to give them complimentary rides back to their home, which is really nice. So we wanted to get that out of the way and acknowledge Spirit Airlines' demise. We watch Flight 22.
And we'll
Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, we will fondly remember Spirit, and no matter what your opinion on the airline is, there were a lot of people that were amazing at what they did, amazing people that were trying to keep the ship from going down, and unfortunately, Spirit was overtaken by their ailments.
Yeah, that's true. That's exactly what happened. And you can,
Spirit had a lot of great pilots and flight attendants, and
Where are you going?
that also should be mentioned.
Sorry about that. We're headed over to...
Because their flight crews were among the best, and especially their pilots as well. And it's just so sad to see that things came to an abrupt end. But sometimes that's just the way it is, especially in such a cutthroat industry as the airline industry has become here in the United States, and with low-cost travel especially. I mean, there's
ultra low cost.
You afford yourself very little room for error based on their business model, and I think what really hurt Spirit was the fact that they could not start flying with their brand new aircraft that they had payments on, and a lot of those aircraft ended up having to go into storage because of the Pratt & Whitney engine problems.
Yeah,
that
that's
really
true.
cost the airline a lot of money.
They were $8 billion in debt.
Oh,
I
my
read that today.
gosh.
So that's not going to work. And the employees knew that, and Wall Street knew that, and that just happens sometimes. It's unfortunate, but the other airlines will be out there looking. Delta's still hiring, United's still hiring, American's still hiring. So everybody at the company had a special skill, whether you were a crew member or whether you worked on the ground or whatever position you held there. They have skills that can pay it forward with other airlines. So they'll have to be trained at the airline if they get hired. I think they're going to give them preferential hiring treatment. I did hear that.
And that would be the right thing to do as well. And we certainly hope that happens, because nobody should have to go through that as an employee. So actually, a cousin of mine, extended family that lives in Michigan, who's a cousin of mine by the name of Max. A big shout out to you, Max. And he is actually a maintenance technician for Spirit Airlines based out of Detroit. Also does work occasionally, or did, out of Chicago O'Hare. And
you were mentioning
he's
him to me
affected by
earlier.
it. I mean, the whole company. So I was really feeling for him too. Don't really have the opportunity to see him much, but always love spending time with him, especially because it's family. But also that's one thing that we share in common is that aviation thread, interest in airplanes, and but he's one of those important people that help keep the Spirit fleet in the air. And the fact that it's now off into the halls of history is just weird. And it's going to take a while to, I guess, settle in for a lot of people, and for some it might not, and that's perfectly okay. And we're going to be experiencing that with Sun Country when Allegiant and Sun Country's operating certificates get merged into one and the airline becomes Allegiant. That will officially mark Sun Country's entrance into what I like to say the halls of history. So they were an airline that I've really enjoyed flying on for many years, and with Sun Country, going through that whole merger process, I hope everything works out really well.
Here's a little interesting tidbit that Paul Hansen just texted in on the show. If anybody sees a Spirit Airlines flight in the air today or tomorrow or the next day, these are flights that are being moved around and flown by management pilots back to where they need to go. They'll be empty, and those are probably pilots that are not in the union and are in management. That's what Paul said. That makes total sense. They're just not going to leave you sit there. Thanks for that, Paul.
Yeah, we appreciate Paul tuning in today, and so hello to Captain Paul. Wish you were out here with us.
Got to be a very emotional day for him today, I'm sure.
So yeah, let's try and cheer up Captain Paul.
Let's lift his spirits.
Yes.
I couldn't resist. I know you're laughing, Paul. We're going to lift your spirits, my friend.
And, also you have to think about, the different connections that he made with fellow pilots that he has flown with and flight attendants maybe. I mean, you also have to think about the human connection as an employee. And, it's hard, to walk away from,
for sure,
from something like that.
Yeah. He loved flying those A321neos down to his layovers in San Juan, Puerto Rico. I know that was one of his favorite layovers.
1471, on my 30 right, taxi via Papa behind the RJ.
So I actually have quite a bit of footage from when Spirit used to fly here to Minneapolis, which, by the way, did include the Skittles livery. There was one Airbus A320 that never got painted into the Banana Bus livery. I think it was the only aircraft in Spirit's fleet
Really?
towards the end that was not a Banana Bus.
Interesting. You called it the Skittles?
Yep.
Multicolored?
Yeah, but it was from the Ben Beldanza era when he was the CEO of Spirit Airlines.
There we go, our first Sun Country departure we caught today. That's heading off to Baltimore. Sun Country 1967. Who out there remembers that year?
Sun Country 1967, turn right heading 360 and contact departure.
Alex, it also looks like we've got Aer Lingus Flight 989 coming in on the north side from Dublin.
Yeah, I think they might be a little bit of ways out.
They are.
Also coming
Just a
up
heads
today,
up.
everybody, we've got Delta 160 Heavy. They have yet to depart to AMS, and I think that is them over there at Gate Fox 12.
Oh, they just landed, Alex. On the north side. I thought they were on the ground.
All right, so the
Yep, Aer Lingus.
Yep, jet bridge has been pushed back.
Ground 121.9.
for our A350 900. So we're going to jump from them here. We're going to go take a look at Aer Lingus coming in from Dublin.
I know you always like to get the Shamrock in there.
So also coming up today, we have bonus A350 action in addition to 160 Heavy departing to AMS. So we also have a Delta non-rev, by the way, Delta non-revenue flight with an A350 as well. So they will be departing to Salt Lake City, so we'll have a couple of A350 departures today. We've got the 747 on the docket. Saturdays are typically not a day that we go live, but everything aligned for a Saturday show today. We appreciate everyone tuning in. The weather's amazing.
Yeah, weather
it's
cooperated.
still gusty. I mean, it's still a windbag up here in the north. Boy, it's just been windy. So windy.
Yeah, it sure has.
This past month, and it's going to stay that way. I mean, when we're in Los Angeles, I think it's going to stay that way. There are going to be a few calmer days, but
2946 Minneapolis.
Now, Alex, just a note, when you mentioned the non-rev flight, you know, back when I was flying, we called those flights ferry flights.
Ferry flights, okay.
If they were empty. That's more of the aviation term that it's out there that we used, and I think they still do. If it's empty, we ferried the flight.
all right. Well, I'll follow suit. So we're going to get our ferry flight to Salt Lake City. So we'll get that departure coming up. It's a 9000 series flight number. That's usually a ferry flight or a repositioning flight. The 8000 series numbers for Delta are typically associated with charter service. So also we got some arrivals tonight in addition to our departures that we've been talking about with our wide-body aircraft. Delta 170 Heavy, Delta 165 Heavy as well. 165 Heavy from Amsterdam with the A330neo and 170 with the A350 900.
Push through, plan 30 left, I'm going to do 107, everything turn out all right?
Well, now, Alex, I think when you're gone to Los Angeles, isn't Discover going to be coming back in?
They will. They absolutely will. Air France will be starting their seasonal service to Minneapolis on Monday.
Yep.
But because of the timing of the Los Angeles trip, so we will not have Air France's first flight of the season, but I think the big thing that we will be out and spotting for later on this summer on June 1st will be the return of the 777-200 to the schedule for Air France. It's been a couple of years since they regularly scheduled Bigfoot to the Twin Cities.
That'll be nice.
Because last year we got all Dreamliners with a few days sprinkled in with 777 ops. We didn't see too many equipment changes to the 777 last year with Air France's seasonal service, but it will be every day nonstop from June 1st onward after the 787 gets things kicked off for the French flag carrier next week.
Well, you're going to get your fill of 777s in Los Angeles, for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're going to probably get multiple Air France flights a day. We'll get the A350. It'll be great for me because I got a model, a 1 to 400 scale die-cast NG models, Airbus A350 in the current Air France livery.
Nice. That's nice.
That's one of my favorite models. I have it proudly on display in my home and one of my bookcases.
How many models do you have, Alex? Like 50, 30, 20?
Probably maybe 20 to 30.
That's nice.
Credit Mike, contact ground point gunner.
Mike, over to ground up for 2946.
So the UPS 747 that's going to be coming in tonight, in addition to our bonus Delta Heavy action today, is actually the very first 747-8 delivered to UPS.
Oh, great.
So 2946.
So it's the spirit of Joe Sutter.
Charlie 6, or Mike 6, Charlie 22 to
So
get.
Joe Sutter was the father of the 747 during the designing of that aircraft.
Of the 400? Or the
The original,
The
the OG,
original.
yeah,
Okay.
the Dash 100 variant.
Okay. That's what I thought you were talking about. But this is the 400 coming in tonight. Dash 8 is coming in? Okay. Got an update. Dash 8. Even better. Even better. Newer. See? 4 plus 4 is 8. See? It's even better. I can still multiply. That's good.
Okay, we got our next wide body coming in.
Good job. We certainly do, Alex.
This is Delta 165 from Amsterdam with the A330.
900.
UPS 5568 Heavy Minneapolis Tower, crash like Travis Trap, Heavy Airbus short funnel. The wind is 250 at 12, gust 20, for my 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, clear to land. Yes,
37-8 to land. I can't have you on Alpha while he's landing.
All right, Delta 996.
So 165 Heavy, try Alpha 8, then taxi straight ahead through the pad and join Bravo. Contact ground point 9 as you go.
Alpha 8 to pad Bravo, ground point 9, Delta 165 Heavy. Now Delta 165 Heavy, showing to Bravo.
Delta 165 Heavy, Minneapolis contact to be a Bravo, cross runway 22, but hold short of Charlie.
Bravo, cross 22.
Well,
We
Alex,
gotta, we gotta get ready for the.
if that
Queen
was
of
the
Skies
heavy,
coming in.
Alex, guess what?
It'll land.
The extra heavy's next. What do you
The
think?
Queen is
Yep.
next
Yep.
in line. There it is.
The extra heavy. That's I just coined that phrase.
Yeah, respect the queen.
I've flown on the Queen several times. 747-8, Queen of the Skies.
Don't mess with the left seat. That was Dad's and my uncle's.
Down Delta 165 Heavy. It looks like our gate is occupied.
Delta 165 Heavy, roger. In that case, on Bravo, hold short of Mike, and I'll get you moving as soon as they push.
Bravo, short of Mike, Delta 165 Heavy.
3 Heavy, roger, hold the push, I'll get you moving as soon as some other traffic clears. Oh, my 30 left, good land. Alpha.
30 left, Alpha, Delta 996 Heavy.
It's 5568 Heavy, turn left, Mike Tango to the ramp in the truck there for the follow me into the ramp, we'll see you.
All right, Mike Tango to the ramp, GPS 5568, have a nice day.
Hey everybody, this is just about the rarest thing that you're going to see here at MSP at 747.8 on taxiway Mike. What?
That's really rare.
What? No way.
The 165 Heavy, they are going to push off the gate, but they're going to come toward you. So
People are scrambling, Alex. They are running to the fence. They are sprinting to the fence.
My word, John.
And by sprinting, I mean children.
Super 3 Heavy behind the A350.
Yeah,
pretty
pretty amazing.
All right, let's watch and listen.
Hey, I'm Sun Country 424, and I just 10 off visual
5424 Minneapolis Tower, 1260 at 10, that's 20, on my 30 left, good land.
Good land, 30 left, Sun Country 124.
The 1028 Minneapolis, ground meter, push approved, next runway 30 left, Tango is current. Your push is approved.
No, 1028 push.
It's 537 Minneapolis Tower, 125012, gust 20, runway 30 right, clear to land. 4693, contact ground point enter.
Well, there you go, Alex.
John, I am speechless.
I know, I can tell. Pretty fun, huh?
That almost never happens.
Top 10 day.
I've seen it once before, but that's probably more unusual than a runway 4 approach, which is an uber rare thing to see.
When you get to see those swept wings up close. I love that design on the Dash 8.
Yes,
Very
that
similar.
aerodynamic efficiency.
Yeah. Very
And to the many people that were watching today, you got to witness something special. The Dash 8 now almost never takes taxiway Mike, just because of the tolerances that the that size of aircraft exceed, given the class of aircraft that it is.
I had a feeling they were going to, though. The ops vehicle used it as a seeker to try to get the taxiway there. I'm like,
They used that same wing design on the 787. And you can just tell the difference.
Well, one thing is for sure, John, that's going to go in our highlights package tonight for our runway recap. That is just so amazing to see. Now, if they have a follow me vehicle, they can make it work. So Delta 165 Heavy had to hang out in the penalty box for a little bit before they had a gate available. And look at this, John. Boy, I'll tell you what, the spotting on today's episode has really just been
No kidding.
amazing.
Yeah. The hits just keep on coming today.
I don't know. I think we might have to come out here and do maybe a couple Saturday shows a week.
We'll get a big turnout in the parking lot, too, on Saturdays, Alex, during the, midday. People are off work.
No kidding. That was the other reason why we were delayed in getting on the air because when you showed up, John, you texted me right away and you said there's a lot of people here. There's barely any spaces available to park.
Right. Let's take a look at Sun Country's coming in here, Alex, with the 737-900, one of two that they have. And
So that...
Los Angeles, that's where it's coming in.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Air 2, pre-change approved.
I was going to say the irony there, since, you know, the LA trip's coming up and Sun Country's coming in from LA.
Yep, we will not be...
On their new 737-900.
Yep, we will not be taking Sun Country. We'll be taking Delta. Well, there's, I think, the follow me vehicle, the 747-8, was trailing behind.
What's going on right here? The Salt Lake, they're going to go up like a rocket. They're empty. Totally empty.
Big shout out to our friends over at the Metropolitan Airports Commission. Airside Ops kind of roaming around doing their thing here. We got a couple of A330s. John, hey, look at that. We got a 2-for-1 of the A330s.
Look at that.
30 left, line up away.
30 left, line up and away, plan 5312.
That's officially a combo. I'm going to call it a combo.
They're
Just
twins,
537 to left at
Yeah,
Charlie.
A330 combo, everybody. And of course, we have to also
For the 1028, runway 30 left.
get ready. More heavy action coming our way. Here's our ferry flight over to Salt Lake City with the A350-900.
Heavy contact departure.
Departure conveyed up to 960.
Have a great flight to Salt Lake City, 9960 heavy.
Yes, that's a real big hub for Delta in Salt Lake City, Alex, as you well know. Lots of international flights out of there now. They're really building that up. That could be going to
107, flight on my heading,
Japan
runway 30
tomorrow.
left, clear for takeoff.
Well, the other thing, too, is that because the winds have actually picked up quite considerably here within the last several minutes, it means that the mixed ops has come to a close for the moment. So that's excellent news for us because that means that everything is going to be on the parallels.
25013, gust 20, runway 30 right, clear to land.
I think we also have a 757 that will be departing here as well. And in fact, 1028 to Atlanta has a 757 assigned to it. So that is indeed
a 200.
757. Just wanted to double check to make sure that my eyes were not deceiving me.
I saw that come in, Alex, earlier from Atlanta. And,
Southwest 537 at Charlie, cross my 30 left to you, Charlie Tango, to the green with me. Turn left at Papa 8, then taxi via Papa, Charlie, hold short over my 30 left with me.
Alex, that was Sun Country 107 heading west out to Las Vegas
the
today.
wind is 25015, gust 23, runway 30 left, clear to land. Country 107, turn left heading
So if you're enjoying our show today, make sure to give it a thumbs up. If you like what you see, helps the channel out. Make sure you're subscribed as well because we got shows coming up in Los Angeles next week. Big thank you to our live spotting friends out on the West Coast, Peter and Josh from LA Flights. Not sure how long that caveman's going to be live for today. That's what they call Peter.
1028, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 6 miles.
But he's live from Clutter's Park, so when you get done watching us, go, hey, check them out.
Checking in from the Netherlands. We've got thunderstorms over in the Netherlands. That's kind of rare. You don't see thunderstorms over there too often. Doesn't get hot enough this early.
2349 with the Charlie, contact ground point niner.
All right, so we've got another north side arrival.
With the 2349 minutes contact via Charlie Bravo.
All right, so we're 757 to Atlanta. Now lining up with the south parallel for departure.
Over 6 Quebec Sierra X, change of plans, King straight ahead on Charlie, cross runway 30 left, going to be whiskey to the ramp, steadily on the cross, please, traffic 2.5 mile final. Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 right, come out of the way. The 1028, turn left heading 260 and contact departure.
260 to departure, Delta 1028.
There's that left turn heading 260 on the standard instrument departure, John. Always love to see those turns.
Yeah.
Especially when they're turning right, like our big heavies do going to Europe off the south parallel. Those are always a really fun angle to catch.
So we got a nice comment here, Alex. Happy Saturday, John and Alex. So glad I woke up from my nap to watch that 747 land. So cool we got a mic tech. Perfect timing. Maddie Urich.
There you go, Maddie. So great to see you today. Yeah, happy Saturday to everybody. Thanks for choosing to spend a little bit of time with us here, spotting from Minneapolis, St. Paul International, where it has already been an action-packed, not even an hour since we've been on the air. We started maybe closer to around 4 p.m. We were going to go live earlier today, but ran into a couple of urgent matters beforehand this afternoon that I had to take care of before coming out here today. And well, I'll tell you what, John, we came on the air just in time.
American 2379 now, Delta going at 13.
Bonus heavy action today for Delta.
Yeah, we got that extra ferry flight into Salt Lake City. 350.
UPS.
Yeah.
747-8 on taxiway Mike. It almost never happens.
6011, gust 23, runway 30 right, clear to land.
And that's the one thing that I thought I was never going to see. And well, I guess that's why they say never, right?
3946, I'll be turning for you shortly. Just verify you're leaving to 1,800 feet.
So I'm going to zoom out here and move over to our left. I want to show everybody just how packed the viewing area is today. It was even more jam-packed earlier this afternoon, John.
It really was. We sure did. Had a lot of motorcycles down here watching, too. A lot of kids having fun. I think they're feeding Gerald down there. Yep, they are.
Gerald is our little 13-line ground squirrel friend that takes up residence here at the viewing area. And, of course, we have the channel mascot, Olaf the Snowy Owl, is out with us, too. Hi, Olaf. So that's the other thing that you actually do get to see at the viewing area during the wintertime are snowy owls. There are a lot of bird watchers during the wintertime that come out here either bright and early in the morning and just before sunset to see if they can catch a glimpse of the majestic birds. Yep, we do get some pretty good bird spotting out here.
Well,
there are quite a
Alex,
few birds of prey.
The ironic thing is they think we're out here looking for the snowy owl too. Remember, they'd always come up to us. Are you guys birders? You know, yes, but not that kind of bird.
Are you here for the snowy owls?
Yeah, you're here for the snowy owls? Sure we are. Be fun if we catch them. We caught them a couple times over on the air conditioning unit on the fire department.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't want to be thinking about cold weather. RJ says, yeah, because we just got rid of it. Yes, I will echo that.
Hey, you brought the snowy owl. I'm just trying to keep up.
Oh, brother. Mm-hmm. Well, hope you're having as much fun as we are today. Welcome, everybody, to our live show. Alex Redding, John Joseph, who will be joined by assistant producer Logan Justice in a little bit, because we've got some LAX stuff to talk about, and we'll be doing something really cool that we're going to spill some beans on today on our live show. How lucky are you guys? So we're going to talk about the live schedule.
When do you want to do that? Do you want to do that now?
Well, since we have a minute, I think now would be the perfect time to do so.
I'm going to give my headset to Mr. Logan. Justice, here he is. See you in a little bit, everybody.
All right, so John's going to turn it over to Logan, and we will be awaiting the presence of our assistant producer.
Yeah, 2372 wheels up time is...
All right, now it's time to welcome the third member of our on-air team. Logan,
how we doing,
happy
everybody?
Saturday.
Happy Saturday to you, too. It's a 7:47 kind of day. That was the first time I've seen a Dash 8 on mic in almost 7 years.
7 years.
Yep. And the previous time was the only other time I've seen one use mic. So that was a wonderfully warm welcome.
Yeah, it's happened, but it's been once in a blue moon when it's happened.
They avoid it like the plague.
4330 Minneapolis, ground taxi to Park via Papa.
So with LA, I know that we said that we were going to spill some beans, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So our very first day at LAX on Wednesday, we're going to try some nighttime spotting.
Yes, sir.
So that's something that we've never done before, and as well as LA. And the big thing that we're excited to catch on that broadcast is Speedbird.
Speedbird Super with the A380.
So we're going to make a pretty good attempt to catch Speedbird and all the other heavies and LAX action that will file in during the nocturnal hours.
Yeah, we're going to start later in the evening towards golden hour and go later into the night. About half of the A380s, I did a bit of a deep dive into their schedules. They leave after dark, Speedbird included, so we'll get their arrival and departure at the very
That'll be
least.
really cool.
Yeah, and they pretty much always use the north side, so we know where we're going. And after that, we have 2 days straight of spotting right afterwards from different locations as well.
Yeah, I mean, barring any, conflicts or any, schedule changes, depending on a variety of factors, that is the plan.
Yeah, we got a rough outline, but everything is subject to change to the last minute. For all we know, we get one random special livery that throws everything out the window. All right, we're doing this now we're doing that. So, but that's kind of the beauty of it too. We have an idea, and we're gonna kind of play it by ear.
Absolutely.
It's gonna be awesome regardless.
Want to give a big shout out to everybody. North Midwest Buzzsaw, thanks for tuning in. Gordon, so great to see you today. Gordon Wald, one of our awesome members, checking in. Philip, PLM Aviation. Boy, you had a really big stream from Munich this morning. I was watching a little bit of it. Oh, boy, you were on the air for quite a while. Enjoy the shows over there from Germany. Thanks for tuning in. Says, how are you doing today? Well, doing all right, Philip. I hope you're doing okay over there in Europe and with the spotting in Germany. Wow, things are really starting to heat up over in Munich. So
yeah, guten Abend.
Also, Sean says, hi there. Hope you enjoy the trip to LAX. Well, hey, come along with us. It's going to be fun next week. Looking forward to having you on, as well as Emma Sports Fan 88 says, good evening, everyone. Good evening to you as well. Nancy asks, hey, thanks so much for the like and the subscription as well, Nancy. Happy Saturday.
Delta
Jaden asks, can we
Minneapolis,
show the
meeting
airport
approved, runway
ops
30 right, point 9 protect.
traffic map? What are you saying, Logan? Yeah, I mean, let's talk about the traffic flow today at MSP. We had a little bit of a mixed-up situation earlier in the day, but
while the winds were calmer, they were able to tolerate that crosswind, almost quartering tailwind for 17. But now that it's picked up, although I say that now, it is actually kind of calm right now. We're on the 30s, 30 left and right only on 7. As far as I know, it's closed.
Behind and exiting RJ on Delta.
yeah, so we're in what's called a north flow today, which means that all the arriving and departing traffic is glued to the parallels. And we expect it to stay that way for the majority of the day. I mean, assuming that the wind stays as intense as it is, but it's kind of starting to dip a little bit, which means that we could have the potential for some mixed ops with some departures being handled on 17. But, I mean, one thing is for sure, the heavies, they will prefer the south parallel. That orange flag pin, that indicates where we are at the aircraft viewing area in relation to the traffic flow and to the rest of the airport. So there you go. There's our traffic flow visualized today.
Funnily enough, the orange flag is actually pointing in the rough direction that the windsock is, which is also in the same spot. Yeah, it was all sunny earlier, and the wind picked up, and the clouds came in, and now it kind of calmed back down. Yeah, but the temperatures are perfect. It actually feels like spring for once. Yeah.
Yeah, no long sleeve shirt,
time.
no jacket. For me, anyway.
Contact ground point 9.
Yeah, it's full on t-shirt weather.
I've got 2 long sleeves and a pullover because I don't like the wind.
Yeah, it has been one of those more annoying
cozy
things,
and
I think.
Go at 4169, runway 30 left.
Man, how about that Dash 8? It just dwarfs the
Wow.
400. The 400 looks big on Mike, and then you get that thing just lumbering along, kicking up dirt and rocks and stuff because the engines hang off the edge of the taxiway. As far as I know, that is the biggest plane that can go on that taxiway. The A380 can't use it, as far as I know. And you'll never see a C5 Galaxy or an Antonov on it.
Texas South Main Base.
If they're ever going that direction, they'll use 422.
Bravo Charlie, hold short, runway 30 left.
So this was just moments ago, everybody, in case you missed it, the 747-8. We needed a quick reality check, a pinch myself to see if I'm dreaming kind of moment, but yes,
Seriously.
that's exactly what happened. The 748.
Wow,
Right, the 748 on Mike.
Of the viewing area side, too. Alright, I'm going to try to the right of the pole.
All right, we're going to play it again just so everyone is on the same page.
The replay
Wow.
of the
What
biggest
a
plane that
moment.
MSP sees. Up close and personal. As close as you can get, in fact.
The largest aircraft that MSP sees, 300 feet away, saying hello to the live cameras on this Saturday installment of MSP Airport Live. One of the special moments this year, I think.
Yeah.
Out of all the top
No
special
kidding.
moments that we've had, I think this is one of my favorite instantly.
It cracked me up. When they started making the turn, I heard like a dozen people all sort of scuttle over to the fence because nobody expects it to go on Mike. It never does.
Well, and then there it went. I mean, the second that I heard taxi Mike Tango to the ramp, and I'm thinking, there is no way. Yep. Yes way.
I brought my ladder over there before they landed, and I saw the ops vehicle loitering right on the corner between Mike and Tango. I'm like, okay, you don't usually do that. What are you applauding? So I had a tiny feeling that they were going to pull something. So I'm like, oh, well, don't get my hopes up because, well, it's been 7 years since I last saw one on it. But lo and behold, how epic is that?
Oh, wow. Hey, thanks so much, Sean. Welcome to Premium.
Very much. Welcome to it.
See if I can get my live chat working here. Come on. Are we going to work today? I got a couple tricks here, everybody. Let's get that live chat up there. Hey, there we go. Thanks so much, Sean, for the membership renewal. And also, welcome to Premium. Thanks so much. It means a lot to me and Logan and you guys as members, you are a huge reason why this LAX trip is happening in the first place. And
can't do it without you guys.
we also have a membership celebration too. Sean celebrating 4 months as an MSP Live member. Really appreciate your show every time you're on. Well, hey, thanks so much. We're grateful that we're your favorite plane spotting show, and we'll continue to deliver as best we can. And so that means a lot. Thanks so much, Sean. Says really appreciate your show. Every time you're on, you're my favorite plane spotting show out of all the shows that I watch. Plus the graphics, too. Well, thank you so much. That means a lot. I try and put quite a bit of work into the shows just because it means so much to you guys and everyone that watches, and just wanting to do my best for all of you. So thanks so much, John, for being a member. And get ready for LAX next week. It's going to be a lot of fun. Also, Colin, one of our awesome mods, sending us a 2 quid super. Thanks so much, Colin. So great to see you today. Thanks for helping out, by the way, too.
32 behind the RJ, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa. 30 right via
All right, let's get to some arrival action here on the South Parallel.
So 2732, that RJ is currently at your tail. Got it.
You know, Alex, I don't know if I've asked you yet. What are you looking forward to most about LAX?
Korean Air.
Korean Air. You want that Korean Super, huh?
I want the Korean Super. I want the A380 from Korean Air. Out of all the different jets that I've watched on LA flights, and I've been binging LA flights like crazy.
Yeah, me too.
Well, Josh was actually out at LAX from economy earlier this week, and he caught it.
Yes, he did.
It was on Thursday.
And
So that was on Thursday.
They bring it in daily, as far as I know. Pretty sure Emirates is the only one that's not.
I think it's the
a daily flight.
747 Intercontinental.
It does go back and forth, doesn't
Okay.
it? Yeah, the flight is daily, but it goes back and forth between the Dash 8 and the Super.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Peter told me on Thursday when I last chatted with them, so that's not necessarily a common thing, but if they're going to start to alternate the A380 in the rotation with the 747-8, Logan, I'll tell you what, we're in for a really awesome 3 days of spotting at LAX,
really
and
cool
of course,
bonus. We'll get a little of both.
Guess who's also back?
Who?
Emirates.
Yes.
Not
Yeah,
every
we'll get
day
them
to LAX. I think there are 3
first
times a
and
week.
last. The first and last day we're there is when we'll have them. They're off in the middle of our trip.
So that's going to be an amazing.
32 minutes star, wind 260,
And they just came back as of today or yesterday? I forget.
Yesterday or today? Yeah, I can't remember either.
Let me double check. It's EK215.
72, turn left, heading 280, runway 30 left.
As far as Korean goes today, it's the Dash 8 in the new livery, actually.
All right.
Sitting over at the, is it Tom Bradley terminal? I forget. It's been a long
Everyone
time.
is just railing on the new Korean livery, but when you get the lighting just right.
It's like Condor. You see the stripes, it's like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, why would they do that? And then you see it in person, and you get used to it. I think that's how it'll be for me too, especially in good sunlight, because it's a metallic livery.
Yes.
As far as I know, there's metal flakes in there, and it really makes it pop.
So 1127, Minneapolis ground, taxi park via Charlie Papa.
Today is actually the Emirates return.
Correct.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Taxi via Charlie
I think.
Alpha. Charlie Alpha.
Yeah. Very delayed though. They're landing at like 11 o'clock tonight. Yeesh.
Aye.
It happens though. You get a return to service, things get messy to start, and it happens. Man, those IE engines really pack a punch.
2272, turn forward left, heading 260, and departure.
260, going departure, United 2272.
Reminds me of the RB211s. I'm talking about too much LA stuff. I'm already there. I'm already there.
You and me both. I think we're both in an LA state of mind. I think our brains are just out on the West Coast. I guess our physical selves have yet to catch up to that.
We're getting, I think it's 7 A380s every stream. 7.
35, 44 minutes, star wind 250,
It's ridiculous. There's so many.
May hold in position.
Not to mention non-stop heavies all day.
732 traffic will not hold in position.
You're really gonna have trouble doing replays because you're gonna like finish one shot, you're gonna pan to the right. Oh, here's a replay. Oh no, it's another heavy landing right behind it.
Well, good thing we'll have you helping us out during our broadcasts. Also, big thanks
yeah.
to LA Flights too. It's going to be great. So
Yeah, it's awesome to be
we're also
working
going to
with
get
them.
this is the other reason why we are opting for an evening show on May 6th. Is that we're going to be getting in around maybe 8:40 p.m. We probably won't get to our hotel until maybe 10 or 11 at night. And by that point, we will be really tired from a full day of travel. So we may end up wanting to sleep in, get rested, kind of figure out what we're going to do.
Have an easy start to the trip. Nothing wrong with throwing ourselves right at it, but we got to show you around LAX too. You've never been.
Ground point 9, SkyWest 3974.
We might have mentioned it earlier too, but we don't do nighttime streams here at the viewing area. Closes at dusk.
Yep, it's another fantastic point. And that's why you don't really see a whole lot of nighttime stuff from MSPs, is because everything's closed.
LAX never sleeps. There's always something going on, and evening into the nocturnal hours is great.
Yeah, but there's not a lot of ambient light here or not a lot of floodlights or ambient light that would make photography or videography easier at MSP. It's really challenging to do any nighttime picture taking here in the first place, so that's
LAX
the other big reason. Oh, LAX on the other hand. Nope. Same with Chicago O'Hare too. I mean, both airports a lot easier to do. So that's why we don't have any nighttime cameras or anything that would be considered full frame.
I think I saw Speedbird with the Super land on one of, I think it was like Josh's stream a few days ago, and they were like delayed to like 10 p.m. So it was like totally dark already, and you could see it plain as day. The entire outline, glowing white. It was easy to see.
I see what you did there.
What did I do?
Plain as day.
Oh.
Ha!
Yeah. No pun intended, but.
Right turn runway 4, ground point 9, United 732.
Right turn runway 4.9.
Apologies for pointing that out. Some of you are probably thinking, Alex!
Turn left heading 280, runway 30.
Come on, man.
No, I walked right into it.
All right, here's United.
We're going to Echo 6, United.
All right, so they're going to go to Echo 6.
Back to your gate via runway 4, Quebec.
Back to the gate runway 4, Quebec, United 732.
All right, we got a couple super chats that we're going to have to shout out here in just a second. First, we're going to capture our next departure off the south parallel. Here is
off the ground quick.
Things are starting to ramp up a little bit.
Nice bank right over the viewing area. Check that out.
I like those steep climb outs, Logan, the really sporty takeoffs. They just look so majestic on their way out of town.
A350 ferry to jump off the ground real quick, but they
did not. I thought they were Delta 160 heavy for just a second that they were loaded. I'm thinking, what?
Parking at Echo 10, you'll park in behind them.
You're going to wait to the Embraer, United 732.
Michael Zarling, thanks so much for the $9.99 super chat. So great to have you on board today. Love it right next to you at MSP. What a beautiful day for plane spotting. It's nice to meet you. MSP Airport Live is the best. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And Alan Lee ATC, thanks for sending a £5 super chat. Says good evening from a pub in the northeast of England. Get yourself a coffee. Yes, I certainly will. And you know what, Alan? You're gonna really like this.
So 3544 Minneapolis ground taxi depart via Delta Papa.
So I took the last super chat that you gave, I got my coffee today. I got my coffee. Thank you so much, Alan.
Ooh, did I hear 170?
Yes, you did. Delta 170 Heavy from Seoul is now cleared to arrive on the south parallel runway.
The return leg of the longest flight out of MSP. We got a pencil just touching down too. That's what we're taking home. And all of those are ex-Northwest birds too.
So for all of our YouTube members, let's see those red tails come out, all the 757-300s. We got to salute the old Northwest Airlines fleet that still is flying proudly for the widget, a.k.a. Delta Airlines. So all 16 of Delta's 757-300s are former Northwest Airlines. We used to be the home base for Northwest. Northwest had those iconic red tails in their latter years, a silver fuselage with billboard lettering and their billboard logo. That was a super clean livery. Landor Associates knocked it out of the park designing that one for Northwest. And the previous one before that, probably the most iconic in company history, a.k.a. the bowling shoe, and also as some flight crew has taken to calling it, the Brunswick livery. There were quite a few people who really did not like the bowling shoe livery.
It's that or Orient. The Orient one, that one's sharp. Really, really sharp.
Yeah, and that I think is called the thermometer livery, just because you had that deep midnight blue sheet line, as it's called, this thick stripe that ran around most of the fuselage, kind of in the center over the windows.
It's got the red too, doesn't it?
Yeah, just let's say again.
Does it have a blue and or red sheet line? I forget. I want to look it up.
Just a blue.
Is it just a blue?
Yeah, but it didn't go all the way around the fuselage. It also had a red tail, of course. No logos present on the tail except for a small American flag towards the top of the vertical stabilizer.
Oh, the Northwest titles are red. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's blue and white. With the
You
white
also
on top.
had silver on the fuselage as well.
Silver
The bare metal.
Yeah. All polished up.
3981 off Delta going to Charlie 14.
They don't make liveries like they used to.
3981.
Yeah, and by the way, Northwest Airlines was the launch customer for the most popular 747 variant ever made, the 747-400.
It's true.
That was painted in the thermometer livery, actually.
Yep.
I think it was the only 747 that Northwest had of that variant, the 747-400, in the thermometer livery. All right, everybody, here's Delta 170 Heavy, and are they crabbing?
Yeah, a little bit.
Look at that. Delta 170 Heavy with a side of crab.
Coming over the river, too. Gets a little choppy.
About 3 outside of Naco for 30 left.
262, Minneapolis Tower, wind 250 gust 16, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Yeah, it's that gusting 16.
30 left up to 22.
I'm going to guess they exit at Mike. It's too much of a headwind. I don't think they'll roll down very far, but it depends on if they float or not. Nice and steady.
Start with 3981, join Papa behind the exiting number here. Papa behind the number, she goes 3981. Envoy 3781, taxi via Charlie 6 to your gate. For 3981 traffic, no factor. Roger, she goes 3981. Blowing out, that's 2362.
So 170 Heavy, turn right, Mike, taxi Alpha, cross 4, monitor ground, point 9er.
Mike, Alpha, cross 4, ground point 9er, Delta 170 Heavy.
Called it.
I was just going to say the same thing. Logan called it.
6455.
This one is 575 Delta Zulu. Used to belong to Latam Airlines before they stored them all and Delta scooped them up.
Delta 2977.
They scooped them up at bargain bin pricing, too.
They sure did.
Super
And if
Tug
I'm not
4,
mistaken, they all have the
Minneapolis,
actual
ground,
Delta
push
cabins
approved.
now. None
Yep.
of the hybrid ones.
All right. We've got a viewer aboard Delta 2977
2977.
coming in on the South Parallel. North Midwest Buzzsaw got the crab emojis out when Delta 170 came in. All right. Love to see it. Sean says, I really admire the 757 since I'm from Houston. Yes, it's a big United hub. And I really like the United 757s as well. So the only mainline United States-based carriers are the legacy U.S. carriers. United and Delta are the only ones to have the 757
Who's got the most? Do you
in
know?
their fleet. I think the answer, well, that's actually a good question.
I forget. I'm going to look it up.
Tug
I know it's
4,
close.
proceed to the East Main base via
I was just thinking Delta's got 16
Delta
of just
Bravo,
the 300s.
Join, actually taxi via Delta Bravo.
7 runway 30 left, clear to land.
Super Tug 4, hold short of the tunnel.
Okay, Delta has more. Not by a whole lot, but they do.
977, right turn Delta. All the way off ground, mile final.
There's a
And,
lot of 200s.
All the way off Delta ground, point 9, Delta 2077.
And the obstruction traffic will be on the inner no factor.
Copy.
Copy. And speaking of the Flying Pencil, 2262 on short final from, goodness, tough stuff in my throat.
2977 off of
Vegas.
Delta for Charlie 2.
On final from Vegas with the 757 at 3.
2977.
Big shout out to Jasper, who just landed on that flight, coming in from Dallas.
Bravo, Hotel, runway 4.
Welcome to Minneapolis. So great that we were able to catch your flight arriving live at MSP Live. Thanks so much for letting us know in the live chat. Hope it was a great one today aboard the X Northwest A319. Speaking of X Northwest airframes, here's another X Red Tail 757 300.
Delta 230 right. Delta 2392 Minneapolis ground, what's your gate?
Nice short stop.
2392 taxi your gate via Papa. Via Papa, Delta 2392.
All right, we're going to move over to our friend Jasper, who's coming in from Dallas. There you are.
Delta for Foxy.
Oh, nice.
Delta 2262, taxi via
So let's
Bravo,
welcome Jasper
enable taxi
to
gate.
MSP today.
Bravo,
Hope your
enable
flight
taxi gate
was
Delta
great, my friends. Aboard the A319. I've only flown on the A319 once. It was from Traverse City to Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Minneapolis Tower, Delta
Pretty
198,
smooth
3
flight,
miles,
actually. It was a really good day for flying. You know, partly cloudy skies above northern Michigan.
198 heavy, minute star wind 2706, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Oh,
1000 for Delta 198, clear to land on 30 left.
198, sorry about that. Said heavy. 30 left, clear to land.
No problem. I've been losing weight, Delta 198, clear to land on 30 left.
That's hilarious. 198 is the A321 flight from Cancun that's about to turn final. And I guess Tower assumed it was a heavy based off the fact that it was international. And it
You know
sounds
what I
pretty
think
close
threw
to
them
all
off
the
is
Amsterdam
because
flights too. So
298 heavy is
Oh,
the
yeah, there
flight
you
to
go.
Rome,
That's
so
what
they
it
may
was.
have gotten thrown off by Delta
That's
298. And 299 is technically the flight number on the inbound from Rome. 298 is the departure on the outbound leg.
no, the A321 is not a heavy.
Well, it depends on your definition of heavy, though, I would suppose.
It's all relative.
Top 8.
It's all relative.
Or correction. Alpha 8, join Alpha ground, point, center.
Alpha 8. Alpha ground point 9, Delta 2930.
Hey, yo, 737 going long, exiting Alpha 8. So they are coming in from Salt Lake City, Delta 2936, arriving with a 737-900ER.
Ground, you have to Delta 2936, cleared Alpha 8, joining Alpha parking at Fox 6.
2936, Minneapolis ground, taxi to park via Alpha cross runway 4.
Alpha cross runway 04 to park Delta 2936. Boundary Street 5455, taxi with uniform.
Street 5455, runway 30 right, taxi via Delta Papa. Join Papa behind the exiting RJ.
30 right, Delta Papa, Papa behind exit RJ.
Airbus Ace, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says thanks for the great capture of AA 2379 from SFW earlier. My family members keep rewatching it, and they say MSP Airport Live is the coolest channel on YouTube. I agree. Wow. Well, thank you so much.
That means a lot. Thank you so much.
Yes, it does. Thanks so much. Always great to have you on Airbus Ace. Happy Saturday, by the way. Hope your weekend's off to a good start. It was a little hectic for me this afternoon. I had to deal with urgent personal thing, but everything's all good.
I think getting all this set up, cables and computers and mixers, cameras, microphones, and to think we're going to haul it all out to LA in just a few days.
There are going to be some things that we're going to leave back here.
We're going to use the minimum equipment list.
Endeavor 5020, turn right ground point.
Helps that we don't have to have the ladder though, or extended tripods.
Yeah,
how tall is the main one? Like what, 7 feet? 8? 7.5?
7.5.
7.5, yeah.
Endeavor 5020,
just enough to get over the fence.
Step over to Bravo, Bravo Delta Papa to your gate.
I probably would not want it any taller too, because at that point I'd have to really be getting a bit more height to look at the camera viewfinder. So we're going to pull back to $10 super chat from Airbus Ace. Thank you so much, my friend.
2528, 30.
Also, Michael, thanks so much for the $9.99 super chat. Appreciate you as well. Alan Lee, thank you so much to all of you guys.
Yeah, seriously, all kinds of super chats today. Thank you so much.
Yep, but of course we had the big membership anniversary for, I think it was Sean. So we appreciate all of you guys.
Without you guys, our remote trips don't happen, the streams don't happen. You guys make all of this possible. We can't thank you enough.
Yeah, and Airbus Ace, it's always our pleasure to catch maybe you or maybe family that you know. That means a lot to us. Same with the folks aboard that aircraft.
Delta 198, ground point 9.
Because it's a little bit of a keepsake to remember the trip by, too.
Minneapolis ground, good afternoon, Delta 198, clear at Mike.
Delta 198, Minneapolis ground, what's your gate?
Golf 2.
Delta 198, taxi via Alpha cross runway 4.
Alpha, clear to cross runway 4, Delta 198.
So I want to give a big thank you to everyone that's tuning in today. Welcome to Minneapolis on this spring afternoon, now evening here in the Twin Cities. Things got quite a bit cloudy from where they were earlier.
What is the definition of aluminum overcast? Is it like a certain kind of overcast, or is it just overcast? Because it looks
wind 270 at 7.
A little dark, but
I thought aluminum overcast was the presence of a C5M Super Galaxy, but
I like that.
Yeah, I think that was a nickname that was given to the C5. You know, speaking of the C5M Super Galaxy, you know, I kind of want to see one again.
Me too.
Makes me excited for Oshkosh. Yes.
Yep. They have one almost every year. They do tours through them too.
I got one of the C5 flight tags while I was there. Yes, I did.
That's
so
awesome.
when you went to go to the C-17 that was at Boeing Plaza, I decided to hang around the C-5 cargo hold because they actually had some merch that they were selling too on the grounds.
It's like the footprint of a house inside that thing, so they can have all kinds of tables and setups.
2607, runway 30 left, cleared to land.
On the inside, not to mention hundreds of people walking through it.
Oh, it'll easily fit, I think, maybe a full-size basketball court. You might have to check the math on that one, but
there's a lot of things.
Yeah,
that
you could.
fit
Yeah, you could have a game of pickup basketball in there, probably.
Oh, easily. You have to make the floor a little smooth, so you don't, trip on something, probably.
Oh yeah, that's
all
not a problem.
linkages and latches and crevices, but
basketball at 30,000 feet.
Yeah, point being, the
That doesn't
C5
happen,
is
but, you know, I mean,
enormous.
with the size of the
Cavernous on
C5,
inside. That thing has
cavernous is the perfect
Yeah.
adjective.
no business getting off the ground, and yet it does. And it does it easily.
I think the biggest thing about the C5M Super Galaxy in person is you're just in shock about how huge that aircraft
The
is.
side of the
How
fuselage
high
is
it
like
is
a
off the
wall.
ground, too, with that tall T-tail.
The flight deck up on the inside, 'cause it's like above the cargo hold. It's 35 feet off the ground. Just a flight deck. That's the wonderful thing about Oshkosh, too. You say, like, oh, the scale of it all. You
Yeah.
can just walk all up around it, inside, outside, all around, right up next to it. And there aren't very many places you can go to just go be close to airplanes like that you normally wouldn't get to see. It's a whale buzz.
2203, Minneapolis, contact to the park.
We're seeing a lot more A220 ops.
So it's not just me, right? There have been so many of these things.
There has been a
the
significant
place.
reduction in 717 assignments
Oh, is that why?
in and out of
Okay.
MSP because
Okay.
the A220, which technically is the replacement for the 717,
Yeah, aren't they going away soon?
yeah, and
There was some
Delta
announcement
because
recently, right?
yeah, I think whatever issues, whatever teething problems the A220 had that kind of slowed the retirement process for the 717 has been gradually worked out to the point where, you know, Delta's flying so many of them. A lot of these A220s are broken in, and they are just wonderful machines. And I think
Yeah.
that they are a worthy replacement for the 717. And I think a lot of passengers and even flight crew would agree that the A220 is just such
Oh,
a
totally.
stunning narrow-body aircraft. I mean, it really is the perfect plane.
It's like a mini A350.
It is. It absolutely is. I mean, huge windows. One of the restrooms in the back has a window inside. Huge fuel-efficient engines. They got great performance.
455 on a departure.
They fly nicely. I mean, it really is. I mean, as you said, Logan, an A350 scaled down.
Yeah, a little mini 350. That sounds absolutely nothing like the 717 as far as spotting goes. Looks nothing like it either, but yeah, I mean, it's the replacement. A good comparison of what planes were like back then for that market, what they are now. You know, borderline silent geared mini turbofans versus the absolute screechers that the 717 has, and the 717 is quieter than most of the other MD variants of that type.
The BMW Rolls-Royce engines are always going to be something that I'm going to miss because they just sound terrific to the ears of aviation enthusiasts. They have a wonderful buzzsaw sound on takeoff, and even just the normal engine idle, I think. Even just
Well, that little like
The
sub
taxi
that
sound.
it does too, that like howling that it does.
yes,
You
I
hear
mean,
it
that-
from behind more so than you do up front. I think
Oh,
just because of
yes.
the way it comes out of the exhaust nozzle. But yeah,
Yeah, when they taxied by, just it was music to our ears and probably many of yours as well that have had the time spent with us catching the 717, whether it would be arriving or departing. It's MSP, but how about those bucket reversers? That was always
Oh,
something
yeah,
fun to
that
watch when
too.
they would come into land.
I don't think I'll ever get to fly on one, but man, very fortunate to have been able to see so many over the years.
Yeah, and to be at a Delta hub too here at MSP, we certainly do not take that for granted. And I had, thankfully, the opportunity to fly in the 717 twice. To and
Nice.
from Charlotte. I had wonderful experiences on both, had excellent flight
Did
crews.
they ever update the cabins inside of those, or are they still the older version?
I think they are not going to update them, so they do not have
Yeah,
the
definitely not anymore,
seat
but-
back in flight entertainment.
Oh, they
but
don't?
who needs the IFE if you have a window seat?
Exactly.
Just look out the window, put on some tunes, and you're all set.
I'm gonna have to.
I had a
get some
Biscoff cookie
dedicated
in one
shots of
hand,
them
and I had a nice
before they're
ice
gone.
cold cup of Coca-Cola in the other.
Control 770, go gate.
That's exactly how you got to do it on Delta. You got to order the Coca-Cola, you got to get the Biscoff.
It's valid.
Park me at Delta
Biscoff,
770.
especially, it's kind of just the Delta thing, huh?
When in Rome. When in Rome.
770, it looks like you're...
Southwest with the Max 8 Speaking of Southwest 737 Maxes, I really hope we get the opportunity to see Independence One.
Yeah,
their new
me
special
too.
livery commemorating the 250th birthday of the United States. And I'll tell you what, Southwest, they didn't just hit a home run, they hit it out of the park. I just love that livery
Oh, yeah.
and how it all goes together. I think that...
Out of the park. The park isn't
Yes.
even like there anymore. Yeah. And the fitting tail number 2, 1776 Romeo. That livery is easily the most patriotic I've ever seen.
Wow.
Freedom 1 comes close, don't get me wrong, but man, they nailed that livery.
And the way that they worked the Southwest's branding into the red, white, and blue on the tail, I think just that livery flows so nicely together. And
What you notice?
I'm gonna
too,
be-
the Southwest tail isn't the Southwest colors at all, too. They never take away the Southwest actual colors in the tail, but they did for that one. I don't know if the heart logo is on the bottom in the regular colors, but otherwise, yeah, there's no like,
probably it's
Southwest
red,
colors.
white, and blue, I want to guess.
Probably is.
I'd have to look at more
underside
photos.
Shot. Yeah, but it's like brand new, so like there's not too many of them. I think the promo shots might have had it on there, but I'll have to go back and check. Either way, though, yeah, we really hope we see it here at some point. Preferably not at the midnight hour, because some Southwest flights do that here.
Venture 574, I need left turn ground, point niner.
With our luck, it'll probably happen when we're down in LA.
Well,
But
I mean,
that's a
there's
worthy
probably a good
trade.
chance it will fly to Los Angeles at some point.
Yeah, it should. That or Long Beach.
Entry 574, C2 going to Hotel 4.
Sun Country 574, Minneapolis contact depart via...
Long Beach Airport actually has a public viewing area, by the way.
Yeah, you made me very aware of that recently. I had no idea. And it's in a really cool spot, too, with the taxiway even closer than Mike. Granted, the fence is really, really high, but yeah, it's like...
And they don't see any
it's like
heavies,
right
I
there.
don't think. But yeah,
It's like the 767.
Okay,
from
yeah,
UPS,
yeah,
every once in a while. That or
okay,
the 75.
okay.
But no, like, passenger heavies or anything, That's all over at LAX. It's kind of interesting, too, because you got LAX, you got Long Beach, and then there's also Ontario. And they get a ton of cargo traffic over there, too.
I'm a huge cargo fanatic, Logan. And one of the next trips that we might have to take with MSP Live will be out to Cincinnati and maybe Louisville.
That'd be cool. Cincinnati has a good viewing area.
They absolutely do. I mean, CVG is one of those underrated airports, I think, like MSP, that can deliver and oftentimes does in a major way. And, when it comes to wide-body traffic, they actually outpace us, but that's just because of the fact that they are a pretty large cargo hub in the eastern United States, and they're also the North American hub for DHL. So you see pretty much everything that DHL will fly, and even their affiliate partners. So like Kalitta, for example,
The
21 Air.
livery variants of Polar Air Cargo operated by
Polar,
DHL.
yep.
Kalitta operated by Polar or something like that. 'Cause so many cargo combinations. We'll probably get one of the DHL 777s at some point. Or I'm looking forward to it even more. Maybe Aerologic too. I don't think I've ever caught one of those. The call sign of box. We're back on LAX again. Can you tell we're excited? The hype is real.
Absolutely. Matthew
be
Brackshot, 776, says Long Beach does get A300s from UPS occasionally. Okay, so
cool.
there's also the A300. Thanks for sharing that. That's another aircraft that we see here pretty regularly at MSP, but I don't think you see that over at Los Angeles, though.
Maybe. Could be FedEx or UPS. I'd have to go take a look. One thing I noticed too with LA, the cargo traffic, obviously you have your morning and evening into the night rushes, but there's a lot of traffic kind of spread out throughout the day too. Certainly enough to notice.
Sean Bramlett, thanks so much for chiming in. Says Alex, I'll be coming your way to Minneapolis in the early summer to visit you. All right, Sean, we're so excited that you're going to come up here and visit us and do some spotting. Make sure to check out some of the local landmarks as well here in the Twin Cities. Also get over to the Northwest Airlines History Center too. So check them out at northwestairlineshistory.org. Big shout out to our friends over there. And also be sure to check out, I think Valley Fair will be open at that time if you're an amusement park junkie like I am. We've got some decent roller coasters here and other thrill rides, but I mean, it's no Cedar Point and it's no Six Flags Magic Mountain, but it does hold its own. Also, maybe get downtown, check out Minnehaha Falls. Got to check out the falls. Maybe go to the Mall of America, which actually is not too far away here from MSP. It's actually within view from the viewing area.
Is it really?
Yep,
Oh,
indeed
yeah, I
it
suppose
is.
it is right there, huh? Just down
There's a lot of interesting stores inside the mall now. North Midwest Buzzsaw says, I had to look up the special Southwest livery, that being Independence One.
Yes, Independence One. That's its name. It does have a name.
Yep, it says it looks fabulous. So North Midwest Buzzsaw says it looks fabulous. Hope it comes to MSP. Yeah, we're all hoping for the same thing because it really is a remarkable livery.
It's also worth mentioning, Freedom 1 has a duplicate now on the Max 8 Liberty 1. It's the exact same livery on a Max 8. So we got Freedom,
okay.
Liberty, and Independence 1.
Look at that.
Delta 2647, turn right, ground point 9.
Right turn, ground point 9, Delta 2647.
Delta 2647 coming in from San Diego.
Ground Delta 2647 off 30 left and Mike for gate Charlie 5.
Delta 2647, Minneapolis ground, taxi to park via Mike Papa, cross runway 4.
Mike Papa, cross runway 4, Delta 2647.
Delta 2647, just verify that your gate's Charlie 5. I'm showing Fox 9.
Eric Hansen says, this is fun. Well, hey, thanks for tuning in. Glad you're having as much fun as we are out here today. It's a lovely day out here on this Saturday, even though it's a little overcast. It actually feels cool. It feels nice. And it's a proper spring day, 66 degrees Fahrenheit here in the Twin Cities.
Delta 2600, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta Whiskey. Whiskey 30 left, Delta 26.
So the decision to come out and broadcast today one more time before Los Angeles, I think that was the right call, everybody. Yeah? Especially with the 747-8 going on taxiway Mike, that alone was good enough for me, but there's going to be a lot more amazing plane spotting action still to come here tonight. AJ Ryder, so great to see you today. This is afternoon, Alex Bonds and fellow spectators. So great to have you on board, AJ. The Gonigal says, I ride Excalibur. While it's still with us, that'll be one of the next rides to go if they ever build a new coaster. Yeah, there we go. Thanks for tuning in today, the Gonigal. So that actually is a pretty unique ride, Excalibur, which is a hybrid steel-tracked, wooden-supported roller coaster that was built by a company called Aerodynamics, formerly Aero Development. They used to be the creme de la creme, you know, the big boy on the block, so to speak, when it came to amusement park manufacturers.
3035, ground, I just got here. Looks like they got this set up for the right if you want 30 left, it's available.
So they built some of the most iconic rides in amusement park history. And they also designed and built a very short, fast, and intense roller coaster at Valley Fair here in Minnesota called Excalibur. There's a lot of people that still like that ride, as rough as it is. There's a lot of people that love the figure 8 layout and how those trains just whip through the course. It's a very short ride. It's at the back of the park.
Delta 2467.
If you're looking for a ride that not necessarily is going to be too much of a wait, then definitely check that out if you ever go to Valley Fair. My favorite in the park is obviously the biggest and baddest of them all, which is Wild Thing. Although a lot of roller coaster enthusiasts mock it and say Mild Thing just because it's far from being the tallest and fastest coaster out there. But here's one thing that it does provide. It's a smooth ride. It's a smooth ride. Very smooth. There's a lot of smaller, big airtime hills on the back section of the run that are a lot of fun, too, with that roller coaster. It's the big green roller coaster that's, I think, one of the first things that you see when you drive down the highway leading up to the entrance to the park. Pretty iconic. Came around in 1996. Matty Urich, we got a membership celebration to get to here as Matty.
Awesome.
He's been with us for 4 months.
Wow.
Thank you so much, Matty. It's been great having you on board every time that we're live. Loving the stream and watching the airport on Netflix. We're watching Airport on Netflix. All right.
26.2 minutes star wind, 230.
So Airport was actually filmed here at MSP back in the day.
Southwest 2600, minute start, turn left, heading 280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
The other airport aviation-related movie that I like to watch, Airplane. Boy, that's
Well, Alex,
there were a lot of clever jokes in that movie. It's just become a classic.
Isn't the whole movie kind of a joke? Isn't that the thing?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
The inflatable autopilot.
Oh my gosh. Can you fly this plane and land it? and just fill in the blanks. I haven't seen it in a long time, so like I only know like a few bits. Anyways, Alex, I gotta get home.
Okay.
Drink some coffee and go to bed because I gotta go to work tomorrow morning, bright and early. Man, glad I was able to stop out for the last stream before we go do the full send to LA. It's gonna be awesome. So you have a great rest of your evening. I'll be sure to tune in and mod later on before I hit the sack and get some Z's.
Well, thanks for being with us, Logan. So great
My
to have
pleasure.
you on board. And so we'll be enjoying those amazing views from Los Angeles next week with Logan.
Sweet. We'll enjoy the rest of the stream, everyone. Have a great night. See you later.
Thank you, Logan. Yeah, now we're going to welcome the third member of our on-air crew, who's been patiently waiting for, I think, maybe well over an hour now. RJ, so great to have you on board today. It's going to be fun going to LA, but we will miss you when we go out to LAX. And
that's okay. There'll be another time for something like that, I'm
I wish
sure.
I had enough to take everybody with, but you know, sometimes stuff happens, and
hey, I'm totally okay with it because I am going to try to get myself positioned accordingly and capture your departure. So, of course not. I have no way do I have the setup that you have.
you don't need to.
So I will do what I can with what I have.
Yeah, some is better than nothing, I'll tell you that.
Good evening.
So-
4034, minute star wind 220 at Manor, runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, clear to land.
Entry 3035, monitor tower 126.7.
26.7 off Sun Country 3035.
3888, turn left for runways available, taxi Papa, monitor ground point 9er.
All right, we're going to get our next Mike taxi of the day, RJ. It's sneaking up from behind us. It's another Prime Air 737.
Smurf jet.
So what was your reaction, RJ, when you saw the 747-8 earlier go on taxiway Mike?
Turn right when able, ground
Turn
point
and look
9,
at me.
across that Mike.
Jaw dropping.
Yeah, I saw your reaction too. I just wanted you to describe it for everybody because just about everybody's jaw hit the floor that had been out here spotting, that is more of a seasoned spotter like you and I. We saw that, and you could just, and even John pointed it out too. Everyone was running for the end of the parking lot to get an upfront view at the 748 on Mike.
Well, I managed to go down and jump up on top of the picnic table, so.
Yeah, everyone was scrambling to get into position to capture the moment and to be able to catch it for you and share it with you live here with the best seat in the house. That was a lot of fun. That's going to be the top highlight for me today. Looks like Prime Air might be going to the north side, runway 30 right for departure.
Yeah, that airplane is just so darn big. And my dad used to fly it. And my uncle. So it's just, it hits home.
Well, that's the largest 747 variant ever made. It was also the very first one that UPS took delivery of. The Spirit of Joe Suter, the father and chief architect of the 747.
So was the name actually on it? Because if it was, I didn't even notice.
It was. I mean, it's a sticker. It's on it. It's pretty hard to see at a distance, but it's there.
Okay, so I'll have to try to zoom in and find it with the pictures that I did manage to take. So I heard you mention that, but I guess I just didn't put two and two together.
AO4567X is enjoying the stream while baking the first rhubarb crisp of the season. All right, interesting. Okay.
Taxi via Papa Delta cross runway 4. Papa Delta.
Big Haas 612 says, got overcast quick. I'm expecting some rain. You know what? That's actually a good question. Thanks for reminding me because I think we should check the radar at some point here. It doesn't look like we're going to get rain today. Now, it looks like we could have some sprinkles in the area, but nothing heavy. I mean, not really anything light on the radar. I think it's just overcast. Now, there is some light showers by Alexandria, Minnesota. That's just to the northwest of St. Cloud. It's more north-central Minnesota.
1519, Minneapolis ground meter push approved if you'd like 30 left.
So that's thankfully quite a ways away from where we are. So it doesn't look like we're going to get any rain. If we got rain, nah, not a problem. Rain will not stop us. I mean, we absolutely can be out in all the rain we want and in all the snow we want. It's the lightning we have to be concerned about.
Turn left on Bravo if you can, and then right on Charlie, Papa.
Okay, left Bravo, right Charlie, Papa, Skyway 4054. That's 166, flying 300, runway 30 left, they're big up. Turn further left, heading 260, connect departure.
200 over to departure, American 2379, good day, thank you.
Tower 910, MSP wind 3, correction 230 at 8 for runway 30 left, clear to land.
Bye-bye, American 2379, headed off to the Metroplex to DFW. So the other thing that I also just realized is that I don't think we've seen Delta 160 Heavy depart yet. So we got the ferry flight to Salt Lake City with the A350 departing. That was 9960. Okay, so it looks like 160 did depart. I guess
Yeah, you did
it's one
get
of those
a,
days.
Yeah, you got a little bit sidetracked, and I think when you mentioned it, it had actually had already gone. I think Logan was trying to kind of get your attention to just
Sorry,
pass that on
everybody.
so you were aware of it. It's okay. You're
Saturdays are busy at the viewing area, and it was quite rather difficult to find a spot here because all the parking was full. So we had to wait a while until there was a spot that opened up. And
Yeah, I was going to say on your behalf, Alex, and I know we're always so grateful to have everybody join us and watch us from wherever they may be, but you do the best you can to get this thing up and running when when you schedule your time to do this, because we're at the mercy of, what's available with the parking when we get here, and especially being a Saturday. The weather's getting nice. It's a nice weekend. Everybody's out.
to be expected, basically.
Yeah, so it's just kind of like, got to be patient.
So you also got Iceland Air that'll be
35 minutes
featured on the show today.
Yeah, I was digging into where they were just a little while ago, so
1519 runway 30 left, taxi CV Alpha.
because now you got me with Alex the rest of the way. Logan is headed home and John is headed out, so we're all taking our turns to make this happen.
Minneapolis meter, the ATIS is Victor now. Push is approved, runway 30 left, 0.906.
And are you going to sleep Monday night, Alex?
Should I? Yes.
Are
Will
you
that actually happen? No.
Because you're going to be too excited. I know that feeling all too well.
Yeah, I usually never sleep the night before I have to travel somewhere. But I will have to, because
It's going to be
our
busy 3
flight
days.
leaves in the evening.
All right, so I am tracking Icy. They are 24 minutes out.
All right.
Yeah, I got to push the button.
We also got Delta 258 departing to Dublin here in the 6 o'clock hour around 6:25 with the A330.
And where did the well, the sun is kind of in sight through the clouds, but yeah, where'd all that
It's
nice
poking through intermittently, but I think
Yeah.
there's a stretch of a thicker cloud cover that has enveloped the skies above MSP today.
Yeah, it's supposed
in
to
the
be
evening.
supposed to be kind of nice again tomorrow, but then it's supposed to cool back down again. I'm just like, darn it, can't it just make up its mind? I thought we'd put winter into hibernation. It's just, when is it going to just quit? Because didn't we have like a frost or freeze warning again last night?
Yeah, I think we got a frost warning.
Yeah, we got something.
2910, turn right to contact ground point 9er.
Right turn, 0.9er, Delta 910.
Sun Country 3035, turn right heading
But since we were
360,
last out here, the
departure.
Wild beat Dallas in Game 6 of their series. So they now play Colorado starting tomorrow.
They did, yes.
And my Lightning have tied the best-of-7 first-round series with Montreal. They play Game 7 in Tampa tomorrow. Go Bolts.
Ground Delta 2910.
The
on
ultimate
Delta,
decisive
parking
Game 7.
2910 Mail Scout Taxi via
I was so happy that
Delta
Minnesota was
and
able to get it done in Game 6. And
Yeah.
with just over 9.5 minutes left in the third period, Quinn Hughes threw one in from open space in front of the net right off a Dallas Star defender's skate and ricocheted into the net for the go-ahead goal. Minnesota would tack on a couple more, and they would take down the Dallas Stars 5-2 to advance to play the Colorado Avalanche in the second round of the Western Conference Finals. And it was the first playoff series win for the Minnesota Wild in just over 10 years. Last time that Minnesota won a playoff series, I think, was against the Colorado Avalanche back in 2015. I know the year was 2015. So that was very exciting to see Minnesota get their first playoff win, or first playoff series win in 11 years.
Well, I'm going to spit this out too, Alex. I know, of course, me being a big Lightning fan, they have been pretty consistent, have been able to make the playoffs, but we've had a little bit of the disease that the Wild have had and not made it through the first round of the playoffs. So hopefully we can do the same thing tomorrow night and keep our playoff run going.
Get back, Charlie Alpha 30 left, give way to Delta passing behind us, right, 9552.
So if the Lightning, I shouldn't say if, when the Lightning win Game 7 tomorrow, then they would be playing Buffalo in the second round.
Well, you know, hey, that's the right mindset to have,
Yep.
you know.
Well, I do have another jersey in the car that I can throw on, too, so, you know, hey. I have a collection. You do get them over time.
Sorry, everybody. I had to step off the camera to go adjust one of our microphones. So I think we had some folks that were kind of nearby that were making things a little bit distracting.
And you were mentioning a few minutes ago, too, about we've got, a viewer that's going to be making a visit here in the not-too-distant future. Another area to go explore is downtown Stillwater.
Dear friend Sean, by the way, Sean Bramlett will be visiting us all the way up from Houston this summer.
Okay.
There's some amazing spotting out here, Sean. It is worth a trip to Minneapolis, especially if you can find a good deal with airfare.
Or just
round trip.
Another thing, just get out and go for a drive.
North Midwest Buzzsaw says, I was at the Timberwolves Game 6 on Thursday night for their series win when they showed the end of the Wild game and the crowd went nuts. That's so cool. Also, yeah, we have to point that out, too, because the Timberwolves, they knocked off the Denver Nuggets. Let's go, Wolves. I mean, the Wolves they're hurt right now.
Oh.
But I'll tell you what, Rudy Gobert, he showed up big time in Game 6.
Played with a mission.
Against Nikola Jokic. Rudy Gobert is playing some of his best basketball, and it's just fun to watch him pick up the torch for the Minnesota Wolves defense and get it done against the Nuggets. That was a lot of fun to watch the Wolves and the Wild. So let's go Wolves, let's go Wild.
And go Bolts.
That too.
Sorry about that, Alex. I have to throw that in there.
Lagonagal. Hey, I saw the icon switch there. This is go Wolves. That's the classic Timberwolves logo. I love the Timberwolves classic uniforms. I think they need to go back to those full time.
Well, there's been some NHL teams that have done that.
Absolutely, yeah. You see a lot of teams that are kind of picking on the classics as well with some of their jersey redesigns. So just look at the Tennessee Titans NFL football team. They totally went for the classic Houston Oilers vibe for their new uniforms. And boy, do they look sharp.
For this coming season?
Yes.
Oh, really? Oh, I hadn't seen
they
that.
They have 6 pinstripes on the band on the top of the helmet that runs from the front to the back along the seam. And those 6 pinstripes are like 6 strings on a guitar. Because Nashville is the music city, and that's where the Titans play football. I think it also translates to the pants as well. So Nike did an excellent job with those uniforms. And honestly, it really fits. It's a nice homage as well to where the team used to be and what the team used to be called back in the day because they started in the AFL as the Houston Oilers.
Sky was 4301 Minneapolis Tower, flag on my heading.
Okay, I guess I hadn't picked up on that. I hadn't noticed.
So Maddie says, happy Saturday, RJ. Hope you're enjoying your day.
Oh, always.
Also, Jerway, so great to see you today. Says, hi, RJ.
Hello, back. Thanks for all the highs.
Gordon also welcoming you. RJ says, welcome on the air, RJ.
Hey, Gordo, how are the high-performance lapdogs today? I hope they're watching, too.
There's 4332, turn right.
All right, one of our awesome YouTube viewers, Optimistic Mountain Landscape, says, hi, Alex and RJ. Hey, how are you? So great to see you today. So Sean says, how can I email you? Yes. So if you guys want to send a message for an inquiry, etc., we have actually the channel email down below. So Sean, the information, it's on our About section for the... It's on our About section for the channel. If you go to the channel homepage, and it's also listed in the description for all of the live broadcasts. So yeah, feel free to reach out. Avery 19SWA, thanks so much for tuning in. Since you like my Independence One channel icon, I do. I very much do. Yes, it is Alex approved.
Push approved, runway 30 left.
E. Murray 9894 says, what's up, Alex? How are you doing today? So great to have you on board. Happy Wednesday. So what are we most looking forward to with LAX spotting? For our live viewers, I'm going to throw a question out there. What are we most excited to see when we're at LAX?
So I have a question for you, Alex. Is Peter or Josh going to be streaming at the time of your departure from here?
4301, contact Minneapolis departure now on 121.2.
Well, I'm unsure. However, even if I did know, I am not going to spill the beans. We will not be spilling beans on that. That's something for them to share.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Hopefully they will, because we want to do is shine the light. But we're going to leave it a surprise.
Oh, okay.
So be on the lookout. LA flights on Tuesday. Don't know what's going to happen, but we'll see what happens.
United 552, turn left heading 260 and contact departure. Good day.
Gordon says at LAX, I'm really looking forward to the supers. You and me both, Gordon. I'm really looking forward to the supers, and especially the Korean Air A380 if they decide to send it. It's been alternating a little bit as to whether or not Korean has sent the 747-8 Intercontinental or the A380. E. Murray 9894 says I spotted the last flight of Spirit Airlines. Cherish that moment. Cherish that moment. And I know that our friend Captain Paul Hansen watching today directly affected by that. And in addition to an extended family member as well that worked in Spirit maintenance also was impacted. That was a really sad end to that airline. And you know what's crazy is that Sun Country Airlines, because Spirit ceased operations last night, Sun Country Airlines has officially outlasted Spirit Airlines. And Sun Country is gradually going away due to the merger with Allegiant Airlines. Minnesota's Phoenix, as it has come to be known.
Oh, Alex. Icy, 4 minutes.
Turn right heading 360 and contact departure. Good day.
We got Iceland Air.
Yeah, I know we get to chatting about things and then we kind of lose track of what we're tracking, so.
Thanks.
Yeah, it really hurts to see what's happened to Spirit.
Oh, here comes another one.
Optimistic Mountain Landscape says, sad about Spirit Airlines. Yep, I'm disappointed because I never got to fly on Spirit.
657 Minneapolis Tower, 1220 at Niner, from my 30 left, clear to land.
Davis, 1967, thanks so much for tuning in. Asking us, is the UPS 74 going to be a regular now at MSP with the MD-11s retired? The answer to that is yes. Absolutely, the 747 is back on the docket. Now, it's going to be a toss-up the day of, because UPS will occasionally swap them out with the 767. However, the 747... to answer your question, Davis, yes, the 747 will become a regular fixture at MSP. So we're really excited for that because it's been a little while. I mean, last time that UPS had regularly scheduled the Queen to Minneapolis midweek, maybe sometimes occasionally on the weekend, with the 747, you have to look back to 2022. It was about 4 years ago.
So, Alex, it's starting to show signs that ice is coming in on the south side. So we're going to get a front row seat to Iceland Air's arrival from Reykjavik, flight 657.
All right, so we've got a biz jet ahead of Iceland Air here. So it'll be interesting to see what Iceland Air will send us this summer if they send us their new 321 Neos, which would be super nice.
How many of them do they have so far?
I think they have only a handful. I could be wrong, but that would be a aircraft that we would love to see here at MSP. It's Iceland Air's A321 Neos.
Yes, sir. Wind is 220 at 10.
Well, they're next for arrival.
230 at 11, gust 15, from my 30 left, clear to land. Gust 3851, turn right, contact ground point center.
So, Maddie, responding to my question to our live viewers about what we're excited to catch at LAX. For me, it's possibly seeing the Korean A380, Korean Air's previous livery. The classic one that everyone knows Korean Air by is my second favorite airline livery of all time. My favorite is Northwest's bowling shoe, circa 1980s to the 1990s up until about the early 2000s. It's without question Northwest's most iconic. And then it's Korean Air. Not the new one. And I think my third favorite after that would have to be the retro colors of Cathay Pacific. So that's my top three.
984, Minneapolis ground meter, Victor Ziedas, push approved, runway 30
and the Cathay A380, or A350 retro, I mean. It's my favorite A350 aircraft currently flying. I love that Cathay brought back the classic livery.
4608 Minneapolis ground, meter push approved, runway 30 left.
Just to see what the plane phone is in the car, yeah.
Look at right. That's nice land.
3509 Minneapolis Tower, wind 23010, gust 15, runway 30 right, clear to land.
I literally just said that's the one that's one of the ones that goes in.
Be a papa.
Yep. You see it, right?
The ground on point niner.
That's what we get, and ground. One to ground, point 9, 65 out.
I've looked, about going to London and stuff to see my sister.
Yeah.
You can take
Iceland Air is officially here.
Oh my. Is that cool?
Yes, 4010 Minneapolis ground, meter push approved, runway 30 left.
There's 4299, you all set to go. We're 299, Roger. 2607 Minneapolis Tower, only 30 left, 108. The 1819 to right Alpha 8, contact ground point niner.
Alpha 8, ground point 9, Delta 1819, take it.
4264 Minneapolis ground, meter push approved, runway 30 right.
Delta 1819, Alpha 8 for Golf 6.
1819 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 4.
Alpha cross 4, Delta 1819.
They got both 2607.
So, we ready for another heavy, Alex?
South 7 Minneapolis Tower, traffic holds in position.
Well,
wind
yes, we are.
2408, gust 15, runway 30 right, clear to land.
The transponder
4299
switch has been turned on
right,
for Delta 258 to Dublin. Today being performed by a former, well, we don't know yet actually, maybe it's a A330-300, so can we tell by the registration number if we know it's if it's an honorary or an original?
Yes.
2512, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha. Alpha 30 left, Alpha.
So it's 830 November Whiskey, as you like to say.
I'll get you going soon.
I think it's an honorary red tail.
Okay.
Clear for takeoff.
030 left, clear for takeoff, stand it.
Delta 2509 to left, contact ground point niner.
Affirmative.
Guys 4299, flighting 300, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Ground Delta 1819.
2607, turn left heading 260 and contact departure.
260, no departure, though, 2607.
Have a great flight, 2607.
It's Delta 1819. We just talked to Ops. They said there's an airplane. They're waiting for a move through to push it back on Golf 6.
Delta 1819, okay, well, make a left on Delta, left on Bravo, cross runway 4 into the 12 right the ice pit.
Left on Delta, left on Bravo, cross runway 4 into the 12 left the ice pit, Delta 1819. They said it was 5 to 10 minutes.
So, Sean, thanks for the
Delta 2509,
interesting information. The United Airlines fleet of 757s, I think they might have the larger fleet compared to Delta, but saying Alex, United Airlines currently has 40 757-200s and 21 757-300s.
Okay, it was 4010, runway 30 left, taxi via Quebec Charlie Alpha.
Minneapolis Tower, Dale 2843, visual 30.
2843, Minneapolis Tower, wind 240.
Zachary, YT55, hey, thanks so much for tuning in today. Great to see you. Unfortunately, there will not be a show tomorrow. We don't do Sundays anymore. We used to in the past, but
260, contact departure, Sky 38.
there are quite a few things that I have to get done in preparation for our LAX show. Meanwhile, we have a couple of 737s
Delta Whiskey 30 left, that's 94.
currently taxiing. But anyway, to finish answering your question, Zachary, so there will be no shows tomorrow. I've got work and I got a pack for LA. So the packing and the organization, all that stuff happens tomorrow.
7, turn left and contact ground point center.
So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday,
2512,
we will be off air, and when we return, Los Angeles, everybody, will be in LA.
So it looks like, okay, so
Somebody got put in the penalty
yeah, I
box.
was just gonna say we've got somebody that's been unfortunately put into the penalty box due to their arrival time, maybe not being able to get to their gate quite yet. It is Delta 1819 from Cabo San Lucas.
Delta 2007, turn right on Alpha, left on Charlie.
That you're
taxi
now looking
Charlie,
at, and then also
and, Charlie 5.
our heavy to Dublin is pushed.
2007 Roger, turn right on Papa, left on Charlie, taxi Charlie, Charlie 5. Papa, Charlie 5. Who else called? 4024, runway 3 left, taxi, start on Papa till you get around company.
Brenda, so great to see you today. Brenda says, does anyone know when the Wild are flying to Colorado tonight? Actually, they departed earlier this afternoon. In fact, our co-host John, before I arrived to set up for our show today at the viewing area, they already departed on a Boeing 757.
Company's just leaving now out of your right wing, just let them go out in front of you, and then you can just stay on Quebec Charlie Alpha. Up 20070, you said Foxtrot 15, they're not moving just yet. Continue Charlie, left on Bravo, left on Delta 2 when they leave. Charlie, left on Bravo, left on Delta. Delta 2000.
So Alex, we do have somebody that has posted in the chat saying their son is piloting Delta 2654 landing in 5 minutes from Atlanta. Have we captured that arrival yet?
I don't think we have, but we will certainly be catching all the arrivals coming into MSP. So yeah, we will make an effort to catch that best we can. Typically, the arrivals from Atlanta will prefer the south parallel runway, which is the runway that we are adjacent to here at MSP.
I just found it. They are 4 minutes out. It's an A320.
All right.
And
2843, turn right at Mike and contact ground down point niner.
Right on Mike, ground point niner, Delta 2043 today.
they might be about 4 for arrival.
8844, Minneapolis Star traffic may hold in position. The wind's 23011, gust 17 from a 30 left, good land.
Zachary, okay. Team USA tomorrow. Which Delta Team USA livery, though? There's a few of them. So we have the 330-900 Neo Team USA livery. We have the Team USA Paris Olympic livery, and we also have the Team USA Cortina special livery, aka Popsicle Bus. But why do we call it that? Well, we call it that because it resembles those Rocket Pops, those red, white, and blue popsicles that you can pick up from your local supermarket. There's a pretty close resemblance to that, I think. So it's also a fun name, too. So that's why we call it Popsicle Bus. Quite honestly, that's
4264.
my favorite Delta livery that's ever been rolled out. That is just such a stunning aircraft.
Super Tug 6 Heavy, wait for the other Heavy to pass where you're at, then push back as a
All right, I think Delta 258 is ready to start stretching its wings for Dublin. So this is an honorary Northwest A330, so it was a part of a top-up order placed by Delta following the merger with Northwest Airlines.
SkyWest 3676.
So they are
let's see, wait for one to
a little
pass
bit
the tail,
different than
then
the original Northwest
typically not
A330
approve on
300s
Tuesday,
in the engine choice. And this is
2043,
the
just give way to the CRJ,
big tell
Charlie.
between an actual ex-Northwest A330 300 and a Delta top-up order A330 300 post-merger. The engine option. The Pratt & Whitneys were on the Northwest ones, and Delta ordered their 330s with the CF680 from General Electric.
How dare them? I had to do that. Yeah, that's what they wanted.
Northwest would not touch GE propulsion. And you can thank the former CEO Donald Nyrup for that back in the day. So Donald Nyrup was probably the most influential CEO in Northwest Airlines history. And RJ, he had a pretty famous saying.
If you wanted a GE, go out and buy a toaster. So that's why Northwest always had Pratt & Whitney engines on their airplanes. That's true. He literally said that. That is no joke.
Heavy, push approve, please.
Now, if he wanted a GE product, he would just go buy a toaster.
Probably did have a GE toaster in his house. Want to bet?
SkyWest 3791, runway.
Given that he liked GE so much.
Let's go Quebec short of the pushback at Charlie 60.
OU7 time. Thanks so much for tuning in. Yes, we did get the memo that your son will be arriving from Atlanta. We're excited to catch him on approach to MSP.
Yep.
Also, thanks for sharing. Based in Minneapolis.
I'm currently tracking Delta 2654 from Atlanta. It's an A320, and they're 3 minutes from touchdown.
Meanwhile, we got an incoming 757 crab alert here. They were crabbing into the wind a little bit.
43 Roger, make a U-turn onto Quebec and taxi via Quebec, cross runway 22 on the 12 left, the ice bed.
Alright, make a U-turn. Cross runway 22 at Quebec and 12 left.
So 4871 Maps ground, taxi Papa short of Golf for now.
OU7 time, you are very welcome. Also, great to hear that you're enjoying the channel as well. Hope you're having a great weekend as well.
Papa short of Golf.
It's been a pretty busy weekend for me, but I think in a great way just because I'm out here with you guys live plane spotting at MSP Airport. It's not often we do a Saturday show, but always happy to put it on for you guys because you guys love the show so much, and we're saying thank you in a major way. We're going out to Los Angeles next week. I fly out on Tuesday with our assistant producer, Logan Justice, aboard the A321neo. I'm excited for my first ever flight on the A321neo. It's going to be a lot of fun.
So, Alex, heads up, our next arrival is going to be a Dassault Falcon.
Ooh. Nice, and it's a Dassault Falcon 50 as well. It's a tri-jet.
And then after them is our Delta arrival from Atlanta, flight 2654.
All right, OU7 time, that is your flight.
And I can see them.
And not just with family on board for them, but family in command of the aircraft.
Yeah.
Just give way to the aircraft ahead, joining Pop in front of you.
That's super special. Look at that, the Dassault Falcon 50. This is my second favorite executive or biz jet that we get to spot here at MSP. The Gulfstreams are always going to be my favorite, but the Dassault Falcon 50, that's number 2. And then it would probably be the occasional Learjet that we get in here from time to time.
673 Minneapolis Tower, the wind is 2408, gust 17, runway 30 right, clear line.
8844, give way to the CR Embraer, right to left on Quebec, then continue.
All right, here we go.
Pampa to your gate.
All right, after the Embraer comes from right to left, continue via Papa to the gate, Delta 8844.
Delta 1819, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 4 to your gate.
Here comes our flight from Atlanta.
Delta 2749 is ready to taxi.
Delta 2749, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
30 left via Alpha, Delta 2749.
Guys, 4024, continue Charlie and Alpha to runway 30 left. Shamrock 988, Minneapolis ground, runway 30 right, taxi via Delta Papa.
Delta Papa, 30 right, down 988.
Delta 258, you can pull the whole shore, runway 30 left, get you going after the next arrival.
Delta 258, heavy comes to the whole shore. Visual 30 left.
2654, keep pulling down the mic, please. Right trigger mic behind your company, contact ground on point 9er.
Mike, company point 9, Delta 2654.
Got your 8161 Minneapolis Tower, Caution Cummins, heavy Airbus holds in position. The wind is 2408, gust 17, runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, clear.
Skywest 3791, give way to the Delta 73 from right to left on Alpha. Skywest 3791, give way to the Delta 737 right to left on Alpha.
On Mike, Hawk 7.
Delta 2654, maps contact via Mike 6, cross runway 22 to your gate.
Mike 6, cross 22 to the gate, Delta 2654.
30 left, line away.
Delta 258, heavy line up and wait, 30 left.
2297, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 left.
Push approved, 30 left, southbound, 3297.
8, please.
Not. So 2129, maps ground, do you have a gate?
1878, try to Mike and contact ground on point 9er.
Mike point 9, Delta 1878.
Delta 1878 coming in from Cancun, Mexico with an A321. All right, everybody, next up for departure on the South Parallel, Delta 258 Heavy is about ready to rock and roll, and they're going to let loose the thunder here as they get lined up for their takeoff roll on 30 left.
Heavy Airbus to in the parallel, nearest traffic's 10-mile funnel, runway 30 right, line up away.
All right, everybody, here we go. Delta 258 now letting loose the thunder, headed to Dublin, Ireland with the A330-300. The A330s with the GE CF680s are some of the loudest departures that we get to see and experience here at MSP, so turn up the volume.
673, turn left here at Mike, contact ground point 8.
Monitor tower now, 123.95. 123.95, South Robinson Manor, immediate. Bye-bye.
Post 984, Minneapolis Tower, traffic's 5-mile funnel, runway 30 left, line up and wait.
To the left, line away, 794.
There's 3676, verify the transponders on squawk 2410.
Feel the power, everybody. Delta 258 making her presence known, leaving town for Ireland. How fun.
Never gets old.
3676, fighting 300, from my 30
Correct,
right.
you are.
You know, if I had a bunch of video clips of an A330
8161, turn left.
departing, arriving,
Left, ground,
and I had it playing, like, say, as a screensaver on my computer at home, I'd never get anything done because I'd be sitting in front of the screen watching it all day.
Charlie.
I don't know any better.
Oh, brother.
I know. Just don't put me in the penalty box.
I think you're fine.
Charlie, Sierra to your gate. Charlie, Sierra.
Well, everybody, I hope you're having as much fun as we are on this Saturday for live plane spotting out here in the Twin Cities Metro of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota, home to the second busiest Delta hub in the nation. So, RJ, the other flight that we have to keep track of departing here on the north side, and we'll see it, Aer Lingus. So they were just instructed to contact tower on 126.9 or 5.
They are about to turn onto the runway on the north side. That would be runway 30 right. I thought they were. I think they just stopped because of an inbound arrival. I can see that arrival too.
Minneapolis Tower, 10 mile funnel, runway 30 left, 108. Southwest 984, turn left heading 260 and contact.
With it becoming a little bit overcast on us, of course now all the approach lighting is on the airplanes as they're coming in.
So the 2297 to 930 left taxi via Alpha.
And they're easier to see. And with it being as cloudy as it is, the ceiling itself isn't too bad.
I've certainly been a part of overcast spotting days that have been much darker than this.
Airmark 988, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 right, 1 up and wait.
Oh, well, yeah, because I know as I've shared about doing kind of my version of plane spotting when I'm at home, I can hear them, but I can't see them because they're already too high to be up in the clouds. And I can't see them anymore, but I can only hear them.
Gordon Wool, thanks so much for the kudos. Kudos to Dave. Sorry, English is a little bit difficult for me, apparently. Gordon says, it's been a good show today. I like the rotating co-hosts. Yeah, if it's something that you guys enjoy, we'll certainly see on the days that if we're able to swing it, we'll certainly do it. So I think it adds a little bit of fun to hear from everybody.
I think too, Alex, it just kind of depends on all of our schedules too. So we get out here to help you out whenever we can. So
and I very much appreciate it.
Everybody's availability can be a little different depending on the day of the week, time of the day, appointments.
That was 4608, flight on my heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. On my heading, 30 left.
All right, Alex, heads up. I think Shamrock has rolled.
All right, our attention turns to the north as Aer Lingus is now beginning its first part of the journey underway.
4010, turn left heading 260 and contact departure.
Left turn 260, contact departure, style west 4010.
The 2749, flight on my heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff, 30 left.
Have a great flight to Dublin tonight, Aer Lingus. So Shamrock Shake is out of town, and we're going to switch to our next departure on the South Parallel, now already on the roll.
Over 2 departures, Scouts 4608.
Information Juliet and Whiskey now, currently altimeter is 2985.
All right, how about some ex-Northwest Airbus A320 action on 30 left?
Contact departure.
260 over to departure, Delta 2749, good night.
Skies 4024, Minneapolis Tower, my 30 left, line up 08. Delta 2059, Minneapolis Tower, fighting 300, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
All right, so we got a few more departures that are waiting patiently to depart 30 left here, so the action will continue to flow smoothly out of the Twin Cities. And also on our side, not to mention. Wish I could call out this particular flight for you. Unfortunately, they have blocked their information on AirNav.
It's 4024, turn left heading 280.
According to what I can see.
Takeoff. $37.91 Minneapolis Tower, my 30 left, line up 08.
All right, looks like SkyWest to Omaha, Nebraska is starting their takeoff roll with a CRJ.
Minneapolis Tower, my 30 left, line up 08. 2059, contact departure.
All right, next up, SkyWest 3791 to Oklahoma City with the Embraer E175LR. Will have its turn to sprint down the runway.
2437, your gauge pushing now, should only be a few minutes.
And then behind that, Delta 2297 with the 757 headed to Phoenix. Will be behind our Embraer.
Minneapolis Tower, turn right heading 320, on my 30 right, clear for takeoff.
All right, so we would follow that aircraft on departure a little bit longer, but since ATC has to be conscious of spacing with the arriving traffic that is queuing for arrival on the south parallel in conjunction with departures, they got to get the departures out of here as quickly as they can.
Start on my 30 right, line up 08.
All right, everybody, time to hear some Pratt & Whitney roar.
The 2954 and 830 right, taxi via Delta Papa. Delta Papa 2954 is good. The 2954, runway 12 left, the ice pad, taxi via Charlie 6, Mike, Quebec, cross runway 22, and you can work out your issue down there. Let me know when you're ready to taxi to the runway.
Hey, flare traffic, we'll go Charlie 6, Mike, Quebec to
4297, turn left heading 260, and contact departure.
260, over to departure, Delta 2797, good day.
2151, flying 300, on my 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Boy, that was some pretty gnarly growl from the departing 757 to Phoenix. Never get tired to see it. The 757-300s at all. Departing north side, Delta 2278 headed for Fargo.
2278, contact departure.
Big shout out to our live plane spotting friend and channel member Luke up there in Fargo. So Luke, we're going to send one your way.
Star 1250 enter, gust 21, runway 30 left, go to land.
All right, our next arrival that will touch down to the south parallel. Delta 2696 from Tampa, Florida. And we also have Delta 1603 that will be arriving with a 717. So right now at the moment we have, I think, maybe a couple pockets of precipitation that have started to develop off to our west. So right as I said that we wouldn't be looking at rain, here we are.
The 574 930 left taxi via Delta Alpha. Delta Alpha.
I want to thank everybody for over 200 likes
The 2437
on our
taxi
stream
via Charlie
today.
6
Easiest way
Delta
to
to the
support MSP Airport Live. Hitting that like button only takes a couple seconds. If you enjoy what you see, make sure to drop by and give us a like. Very much appreciated.
So the 756, just wait for this 737 that you'll see Nelson knows the Charlie 6 to clear. Then runway 30 left, taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie Alpha.
We'll wait for the taxi at 30 left via Charlie 5 Charlie Alpha.
What's going on over here?
Set a 574, turn left off Bravo, then at the tunnel Alpha, please.
Alright, so left on Bravo and tunnel over to Alpha.
I saw that. I was like, oh no, whoops.
Clear to land Delta 6
The 2696, turn right and contact ground point enter.
Right, ground point 9, Delta 2696.
That's the best. Have you been there since they did the whole park thing? And, I grew up there and live here now, so
Ground Delta 2696, clear 30 left on Mike, we're going to Delta 2.
2696 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Mike, Quebec, cross runway 22.
Mike, Quebec, cross runway 22, Delta 2696.
no, literally, it's the largest regional jet operation. It's that whole e-concourse. Yeah.
Flight 274, Minneapolis Tower, the wind is 26012, gust 17, runway 30 right, clear to land. Guys, 4085, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 4 mile final, need you ready, runway 30 left, line up and late.
30 left, line of the lake, Skywest 4085.
Company's pulling into the gate, so you can taxi via Delta Alpha to runway 30 left now.
Delta Alpha, there 30 left, Delta 756.
No, YouTube.
We're gonna play this for him.
Yeah. So we're actually going to Los Angeles for 2 days next week. So we're
Never been to LA.
it is expected.
1701, credit Charlie, can I say ground point enter?
Alright, Charlie, point 9, Delta 1701. Minneapolis Tower, Delta 605, 2 from Miracle for 30 left visual.
605 Minneapolis Tower, 12613, gust 17, runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, clear to land, Delta 605. Ron, join Charlie for gate Delta 4.
1701 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Charlie Papa.
Charlie, Papa, Delta 1701.
The 2696, if you can't get into the gate with the Embraer pushed, just hold short of them and you can pull in when they leave. The 2696, and if you think you do have room, feel free to widen out around them to the left as much as you need to.
That was 4085, turn left heading 260, and can I take departure?
Left turn 260, good day, SkyWest, 4085.
.2238 Minneapolis Tower, 12613, gust 17, runway 30 right, clear to land.
.2145 Minneapolis metering, push back your discretion, runway 30 left, .9er for taxi.
Ground up to 1603, clearing 30 left at Charlie for Charlie 4.
The 1603 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Charlie Papa to the gate.
Charlie Papa Gate, Delta 1603, see you.
Ground bridge 35205, is with taxi.
Clear 3505, runway 30 left, taxi via Quebec, Delta Alpha.
30 left, via Quebec, Delta Alpha, bridge 35205.
The 2274 Minneapolis ground, sorry, I missed the gate number, which one? 2274, thanks, taxi via Mike, Hotel, correction, Mike 6, cross runway 22 to the gate.
Mike 6 across T3 to the Delta 2274.
The 2773 Minneapolis ground, push back your discretion, runway 30 left, .9er for taxi. The 2268 Minneapolis meter, engine start your discretion, advised, ready to push. The 2274, pass behind the United Embraer up at Delta Taxiway.
Pass behind United Delta 2274.
Runway 30 left, line of 564.
Secure 3505, amend the instructions just slightly. Turn left on Bravo, then at the tunnel, taxi via Alpha.
So you can probably hear us in the background. So we're going to have to step off camera for a second. We got to scramble to get the rain gear on everything here because there is a couple showers that are going to move through here. We're starting to feel the rain.
2954, 930 right, taxi via Papa, hold short of runway 22 for now.
Figure right, via Papa, short 22, so 29.
Ground up 605 off here at Delta going to Golf 3.
For the 605 Minneapolis ground, roger, taxi via Alpha, and just turn into the gate after that Embraer passes down Alpha.
Alpha and turn into the gate after the Amber Air passes Delta 605.
Was it Mike behind your company and contact ground on point center?
You can continue Delta 954 and pop across runway 22.
Figuring with that,
Minneapolis ground taxi via Papa Charlie Alpha across runway 22.
Okay. Charlie Alpha, quick traffic.
Minneapolis Tower, the wind is 26016, gust 25, runway 30 right, clear to land.
Push back your discretion, runway 30 left, make sure you don't block Papa, please. Point 9 for taxi.
Aspiration Kilo and X-ray now correct, the altimeter is 2985.
Yeah, the tower, good evening, Delta 2695, if you approach 30 left.
2695 Minneapolis Tower, traffic in position, wind 26018, gust 30, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 30 left, Delta
2516, turn right and contact ground point 9.
Right turn, point 9, Delta 2516. Ground Delta 2516, big 30 left at Delta. Parking Charlie
2516 Minneapolis ground, roger, taxi.
All right, everybody.
Delta Papa.
So we are ready to resume the live spotting here from MSP. So it is about to be quite the rain-soaked affair, and the wind
Delta
has started.
Make sure it's open for me. You said 13, right?
Blowing vigorously.
So on Delta, hold short of Quebec while you check Delta 2516.
Delta short Quebec, Delta 25.
So it's just light rain, but we are certainly experiencing some raindrops.
2941 Minneapolis ground, push back your discretion, runway 30 right, point 9 for taxi. So 2516, somebody just called me to push off Charlie 13, so they are pushing now. We'll let you keep taxiing down there, so taxi.
But we won't melt.
Here, 6505, turn left 8280, runway 30 left, turn takeoff.
As you can see our wide shot there, we have rain starting to fall in the distance here. And well, RJ, the one thing that I thought that we wouldn't have to deal with today just came out to say hello, I guess.
Well, it's going to happen sooner or later.
This spring has just been full of surprises. But this is also a really cool thing because if there's quite a bit of water that accumulates on the runways, we're going to get some fantastic jet spray.
A 220 that you'll see on Charlie 5. 245, runway 30 left, taxi via Bravo, full length.
Yeah, it just got a lot more windy, RJ. A lot more windy.
Delta 2238, that traffic off your left
Yeah,
side,
it's been
the Airbus
gradually
is gonna get on
picking up.
Bravo to the runway. Just turn into the gate.
Getting stronger.
Alpha 23, come tell you, I think it was G7. We're 5 behind them.
Delta 2167, Minneapolis ground. Sorry, say the gate.
Well, and let the crabbing continue as well. Here is our next arrival.
Might have stepped on. He's 2167 ground.
Adjusting the
2167,
position of the nose slightly to
Mike
face the
Hotel
wind.
Bravo, across runway 2.
And then right before they touch down, they're going to swing that nose to the center line.
Delta 2246, Minneapolis, hold your push, monitor ground on 29er.
Minneapolis Tower, Delta 2982, show 30 left.
And touchdown.
912, Minneapolis Tower, you ready?
The Alpha.
Quebec Charlie Alpha,
Whoa!
30 left, Delta 21.
Boy, that was a pretty big gust there. That had to be well over 20.
30 left, Delta 20.
Delta 2954, connect departure.
So let me know if you can do that. Plan on runway 30 left.
Certainly a big exhale from Mother Nature, and I think it's going to be that way as this weather moves through the area.
Delta 2167, taxi via hotel, then Delta.
So I'm going to look at
Alpha.
our weather radar here. So yes, there is a pocket of rain that is
Alpha.
making its way through here, and now we're feeling the wind, we're feeling the rain, we're feeling it here from Minneapolis, St. Paul. And it is not just rain, it is the driving rain variety.
2695, 2695, taxi straight ahead, Mike 6, cross runway 22 to the gate.
Straight ahead, Mike 6, cross 22 to the gate, Delta 20.
It's actually kind of fun, I'm not going to lie.
One more try to call.
Although I'm pretty sure that my shirt's going to get soaked because I did not. I didn't bring rain gear for me, but that's okay. I'm going to. Oh, Nelly.
2268 Minneapolis, me train, roger. Monitor ground on point 9, or I'll call you right back when you can push. 2941, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa. Delta 2695, you'll pass behind the 321 up at Charlie.
Behind the 321 at Charlie, Delta 2965, or 2695.
Delta 2268, you're just waiting for a 737 to pass your tail into the alley. After the 737 taxi, then push back your discretion for runway 30 left.
F and inbound 73, push your discretion of 2268.
2773, runway 30 left, taxi via Quebec Charlie Alpha, but you can taxi around the 220.
Quebec Charlie Alpha, we can taxi around the 220. Minneapolis ground Delta 2107, taxi.
Delta 2107, roger, runway 30 left, taxi via Quebec Charlie Alpha, but you're going to taxi, you're going to follow a 220 that's about to pass.
Had to get
right
one
side.
more piece of rain gear here. Forgot one.
Delta 2122, I can't remember if I told you Bravo or Alpha, but taxi via Charlie and Alpha, Delta 2122.
Charlie and Alpha, Delta 2122. Delta 1101's pulling out 30 left, runway 4, get Fox 2.
1101
So RJ, what the weather radar currently looks like right now, no heavy rain in the area, but certainly small pockets of precipitation have started to accumulate.
You got it down 4, Bravo, and then we'll wait for the outbound to go in, Delta 1101.
Yeah, I was kind of looking to the sky off to the west of us, and I said, I'm not so sure I like the looks of that. And I was kind of right.
Well, you know what? It's something that we are equipped for. We're equipped for downpours. I mean, again, the only thing that would put us out of commission is if lightning were to strike, and at that point we would, there'd be no fancy clothes or anything to the show. We would just cut the stream off and we would be out of here. I'll tell you what, because of the crosswind component, these arrivals are getting pretty interesting, especially with all the crabbing that we've been seeing.
To pass off the right side, then runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
Wait for 321, taxi 30 left via Alpha. We do have him. Actually, no 20, please. Thank you.
I'll tell you what, RJ, that rain actually feels quite refreshing on a day like today.
Well, it's when it's doing this is when I always like to put out my car to get a free car wash. But this isn't enough to do that.
You're getting a free touch-up right now.
Yeah.
Turn by ground point 9, so 29.2.
2145, turn left.
Well, today's been a pretty interesting Saturday, I'm not going to lie.
Left for Delta 6.
So 2982 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Mike, Quebec, cross runway 22.
Kate Klein, thanks so much for tuning in today. Says, are you an air show announcer? If not, you'd be great at it. Well, hey, thanks for the compliment.
300, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff, traffic at the marker.
So I'm actually a broadcasting professional in my day job. So I work part-time for a local radio station as a board operator, managing 4 stations in the Twin Cities area. And, of course, part of that responsibility is going on the air to do promo reads for the station, weather updates, etc. A lot of it's just editing audio advertisements from clients that want to advertise on our network. It's enjoyed. I enjoy it. It's a lot of fun is what I meant to say. Also worked with a few local stations here in the Twin Cities Metro doing high school sports as well.
45, turn left heading 260 on departure.
260 heading to Washington, 2145 here.
So I have 5+ years of professional broadcasting experience in both of the technical areas of production and in the presentation areas of on-air production. It's a lot of fun. Both have their own challenges, but I think when you've been doing it for a while, it's one of those things that just comes to you naturally. It's second nature.
Turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
But glad you're enjoying the commentary. I try and be straightforward, just matter of fact, describing what I see. I try not to get into it too much. Just trying to help everybody through our live program, saying hi to everybody. And of course, we're just out here spotting. We got great vibes every single time that we're out. Matty Eric says, this stream is going to get interesting. Didn't know that there was rain. Just got a little sprinkle up my way. Yeah, I think it's just going to be sprinkles, maybe some light precipitation, but nothing too extreme.
2246.
Now, RJ, it would be interesting if we had heavier precipitation, because then, of course, when it's wet outside, all of that water gets ingested into the engines. The engines have to work harder, and it produces a lot more of that lovely growl sound. And also a lot of water gets kicked up behind the jet wash, which is always fun to see that jet spray. It's one of the cool things about coming out here to MSP. You certainly get a good presence of it if you're out spotting during inclement weather, i.e. rain. For those willing enough to brave it, it's certainly something that can produce some pretty good images if you take photos or videos, etc.
So I hadn't really looked. Was the UPS 74 the only cargo we were getting today?
Well, other than our Amazon 737 Boeing converted freighters, as far as the heavies are concerned, I know what you mean. The answer to that is yes.
Okay.
So UPS is the only cargo heavy today. Once upon a time, that actually used to be not the case, because we had Air Transport International flying for Prime Air before Sun Country secured that contract with Amazon Prime. If you look back to 2022, daily 767-300 freighter flights were common from Baltimore, Washington. That would be usually the inbound, and then the outbound would be to Wilmington, Ohio, where Prime Air has a cargo distribution facility.
Because I know today is a Saturday, so it's a day of the week that I haven't been normally used to being out here, so I wasn't sure.
Left turn takeoff. Left turn 280, left turn takeoff. 2107, start 30 left line of flight. Delta 246, current left city 260, connect departure. 260 departure, Delta 2240.
I like that wide shot because it gives us a good picture of the moody skies that we are currently observing, especially off in the distance. You can see that the rain is looks to be that the rain is falling a little bit more intensely.
Correction 2107, turn left 8280, runway 30 left.
RJ, after that little pocket of rain that moved through, I'm kind of wanting some more precipitation.
Well, I'm looking at it via a radar app on my phone, and there is more out there, but it looks like as it's moving in this direction, it's forecasted to fall apart.
Yeah, it kind of seems like it. It's certainly calmed down here as of the last several minutes, but I think based on the future cast you just showed me on the radar, we could be in the clear as far as precipitation goes. But yeah, there are certainly heavier pockets of rain out to our east.
Turn for the left, heading 260, connect departure. 260 departure, Delta 21 for the back. Delta 1888 joining the visual 30 left. 1888, minutes our wind, 2707, gust 24, runway 30 left.
So those clouds off in the distance, they're actually dumping rain on the north parallel runway, while the south parallel is sort of dry. It's a little bit wet. Well, look at that. North side of the field and just beyond is getting some precip. So our next departure on the south parallel runway is actually going to be at 757-300 to Fort Myers. There it is. Delta 2268 currently taxiing to 30 left. So that's our runway. That's in front of us. So if you hear us refer to the south parallel or 30 left or 12 right if the winds are blowing in the other direction, we have arrivals in front of us. So the runway closest to the viewing area that is currently active, that is it. So it's the widest runway at MSP, 200 feet wide. It's also the second longest runway at Wold Chamberlain Field at 10,000 feet. The longest runway at MSP is actually the 11,000 foot, 150 foot wide crosswind runway, runway 422.
2268, Minneapolis Tower, you ready? 2268, traffic, 5 mile final, fly runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. 30 left, heading up 2268.
So there they go. Already given clearance. The arriving flight that is quite a ways out from them is Delta 1888 to MSP from Cancun this afternoon. So there is just the right amount of spacing for our flight to Fort Myers to sneak out ahead of them and depart for the Gulf Coast of Florida. I've been to RSW many times. It's a pretty clean airport, by the way. It's a good airport to fly into if you're ever looking at taking a trip to Florida. The Gulf Coast of Florida is just special in every way.
2485 Minneapolis, round push back your discretion, runway 30 right, and 0.9 for taxi.
Look at that.
Delta 2268, turn for the left heading 260 and got a departure. 60 departure of the 2268, yeah.
Now that is what you call a takeoff, everybody. And just behind them is our arrival from Cancun, Mexico for Delta Airlines.
It's 94 minutes, star 30 left, fly from light traffic, 7 mile final.
Your aviation girl, thanks so much for tuning in today. Hey, by the way, happy Saturday. Great to have you with us. So your aviation girl says, I miss Spirit already. It was so sad to see the banana bus fall apart. It was sad for us at MSP Live because member of our on-air hosting team, Captain Paul Hansen, who was a captain for Spirit Airlines Airbus A320 series, is no longer employed, and that always is a horrible thing. And you know, he loves flying, and of course he's going to probably pick up some work. So Captain Paul is pretty emotional about it last night into this morning. So our thoughts are with Captain Paul as this abrupt change and transition has been thrusted on thousands of employees for Spirit Airlines, and I can't tell you how many great interactions people have had with the flight crew of Spirit Airlines, and from the av geeks that I've talked with that have flown Spirits, flight attendants, pilots, it's really sad to see it go.
That's on ground or metering frequency.
So Spirit's last ever flight was last year in 2025. And we were hoping to see Spirit Airlines again, maybe return at some point if they ever found out a way to right the ship, so to speak. And unfortunately, they were not.
3946 minutes, tower wind 240 at 4, gust 16, runway 30 left, clear to land.
So Spirit Airlines officially joining the likes of Pan Am, TWA, Northwest Airlines, and all of the different fallen flags of the airline business. So I have a lot of fond memories of catching Spirit here at MSP. They were a lot of fun to watch because they added a nice pop of color. I really enjoyed the pizzazz that the yellow banana bus liveries gave to Minneapolis St. Paul Airport spotting, and I'm sure many places across the country can also echo the same sentiment. But I'll tell you what, everybody, it's just going to be so weird not seeing Spirit at all anymore.
2488 Minneapolis ground, push back your discretion, runway 30 left, point 9 for taxi.
And I'm kind of disappointed because I really wanted to fly the big front seat on Spirit, which is a pretty unique experience in the aviation industry that they offered their customers, and Frontier is going to be adding their version here pretty soon in their fleet. But spotting Spirit Airlines aircraft was always something special. So we miss them here at MSP, and I was also thankful enough to have captured as much Spirit Airlines action as I could back when I started doing videography at MSP Airport. 2022, I have quite a few good memories of catching Spirits, the banana bus, the Skittles livery, which was from the Ben Baldanza era.
Ground, Delta 2463 off at Mike Park.
Aviation Fan 748, thanks so much for the $2 super chats. Banana Club one more time.
Delta 2463.
I am with you on that. One more big Banana Club salute. DJF Phantom Fan, thanks so much for tuning in today. Happy Saturday, great to see you. I flew Spirit 3 times and I was very happy with it. Well, that's awesome. And you know, it's unfortunate because of negative incidents that have popped up in the news cycle kind of throughout the company's history that gave it a pretty bad reputation. And then, of course, Ben Baldanza's tenure as CEO, I think, really damaged the company's reputation among consumers more than it actually helped it, in my opinion, of course. But it's hard to say because, I mean, it's easy to point the finger and say, well, this is what went wrong with the airline. Well, that was what went wrong. But in the end, I think what we need to do as aviation enthusiasts is appreciate Spirit Airlines and ultimately the people that kept that airline going. And how many people that airline provided for, not just with transportation from A to B, and unlocking travel to folks in a price bracket that really kind of ruled flying out of the question when it came to transportation. And I think that there's certainly a significant place in aviation history for Spirit Airlines. And so we salute Spirit as they will now go to the halls of history forever to join Pan Am and TWA and all the other airlines that are no longer with us. We also hope the displaced employees with Spirit, or former employees from Spirit, can also get their feet under them and find some good work. Because there are some fine people over there at that airline. Bo Parker, 1854, so great to see you today. Says, gosh, I still miss seeing Eastern's Tri-Jets. Showing my age. Not a bad thing. In fact, actually, that's a really cool thing. I remember we're seeing pictures of the Eastern Airlines L-1011s. Eastern Airlines was also the launch customer for the Boeing 757-200.
31 meter push approved, runway 30 left.
And if it weren't for Eastern, Airbus would probably not be the industry titan it is today. Because when Airbus first launched the A300 back in 1974, no major American airline was going to take a chance on it, and eventually Airbus gave some A300s to Eastern. You can have them. If you like them, let us know. If not, that's okay. If you don't like them, keep them. Eastern loved the A300s. and they developed a reliable reputation. And then you started seeing other major American airlines place orders, and that's how Airbus took off. American Airlines had a pretty big fleet of Airbus A300s back in the day.
Let them know. We're exiting on Delta.
They've also been a valuable asset for cargo operations, too. Just ask FedEx and UPS. And even DHL.
Maps contacts via Delta and Papa. Delta Papa, Kmsp 3946.
So Eastern Airlines has a fantastic history.
1683, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
So here at MSP Airport Live, we're a big fan of the classics of aviation history in general. So great to have you here. Unfortunately, it was before my time, but it must have been such a cool thing to witness those Eastern L-1011s.
Delta Airbus right to left on Quick.
The L-1011 is actually my favorite jet ever made of all time.
Ground Delta 2485, ready taxi to Kilo. 2485, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa. Delta 2485, taxi via Papa.
All right, so Aviation Fans 748, we will throw this up here. So thanks so much for the $2 super chat. Banana Club one more time.
2770 Minnesota, wind 2407, runway 30 right, clear to land.
Lee Harris says Braniff and their nosy 727s, which, by the way, Braniff was a regular fixture here at MSP from way back in the day before that airline went belly up. And believe it or not, Sun Country Airlines is all because of the Braniff shutdown. Yep, that's a fact. So James Olson, who is the founding member of Sun Country Airlines, he was posthumously inducted into the Minnesota Aviation Hall of Fame in 2026 this year. So it was at the Bloomington, Minnesota VFW Club where him and his fellow employees from Braniff, after just getting laid off, it was at that location where the idea and the vision for Sun Country Airlines was born. That is not fiction, that is actually fact. There's a book that's been published. It's called Minnesota's Phoenix. It's the biography on Sun Country Airlines. And it's a fantastic read.
Delta 1683, minutes power, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, quick takeoff. 280, left, takeoff, Delta 1683.
So James Olson and his ex-Braniff co-workers in Bloomington had the vision to start Sun Country Airlines. And the rest is history. So they started doing charters, and from a lone 727, they eventually grew into an ultra-low-cost carrier titan. And so Sun Country Airlines, it's crazy to think that that quirky carrier that calls Minnesota home has outlasted Spirit Airlines, the quintessential low-cost carrier airline when it comes to brand recognition. Tim Gaffron, absolutely. Of course, we can't miss the 30 left takeoff. I was keeping my eye on them down there as they were making their way towards the runway. Iceland Air 656 is also about ready to rock and roll back to Reykjavik here any minute. So they have pushed back from Terminal 2. So their wheels up departure time at MSP is 7:30 on the days that they fly in here.
All right, 31, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha. 1683, turn left heading 260 for next departure. 260, over to departure, Delta 1683.
Bag of Boeing's 357. Great to see you today. This is going to rain soon. Well, it did for a little bit. I mean, we had some driving sprinkles, if you can call it that. We haven't seen any precipitation, but as you can see off to our east with the wide picture here of Terminal 1, we can see some precipitation that is continuing onward just to our east. It's kind of like we had a little bubble over the viewing area because when the pocket of precipitation that we're looking at just off into the distance there started to form, it was on the north side of the field where it started coming down. I mean, we got a few sprinkles here, but that was nothing.
.488, Roger, runway. Actually, we're just going to have to wait a minute. There's going to be one more lander, and I'll get you going just for that wheels up time.
Good evening, Southwest 3323 with you on the ratio for 30 left.
Well, 2488, actually, I was looking at the wrong one. You don't have wheels up time. Turn left heading 280, runway 30 left. Clear for takeoff. Left 280, 30 left.
All right, Icelandair is about ready to rock and roll.
70, turn left, ground point honor. Plus 3323, Minneapolis Tower. Wind 2307, runway 30 left.
All right, we're going to go get our next departure on 30 left.
3323.
2485, turn right heading 320, runway 30
Matty
left.
Urich says TWA, really great livery in my opinion. I like the billboard livery that TWA had. It was simple and it was classic. Unmistakable. Now, they introduced all the gold accenting and the serif font in the 90s and 2000s. I wasn't a really big fan of that, but it was still clean. It was still classy nonetheless. Norm 111 says, felt a drop, going to fire up the grill. Yep, I'm with you right there. I mean, if it's a few drops, I'm still going to fire up the grill anyway if I'm grilling something. So I'm right with you on that.
Delta 2488, get it?
Norm 111, that's all right.
It's
probably one of those situations where, you know, if you're typing in the live chat, you forget that the caps lock is on, and then by the time you send it, you're like, ah, darn it. It's all good. I've done that on accident before myself, and one time I did, I was like, oops. Probably not a good idea to just leave the caps lock on. All right, let's catch our next arrival here on the South Parallel Runway. This is Southwest's 3323 from Chicago Midway.
Southwest 3323, turn left Charlie, taxi Charlie Tango, monitor ground point 9.
Charlie Tango, monitor ground, good day, south of 3322.
Yeah, please tower 988, usual 30 left. 931, turn left lane 280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. 280, left, clear for takeoff. 1888 minutes.
North 111, I can certainly relate to that. Yeah.
Runway 30 left, United 888.
Gordon said I was busy around the money pit. Did Olaf leave the VA? Yeah, I think Olaf headed for shelter. We had that brief stretch of driving sprinkles move through. Brought some pretty good wind on the backside. It actually felt pretty refreshing, too, and of course, with the stronger wind gusts, the landings were also quite interesting to observe. Quite a few crabs as well, or crabbing, which is turning the aircraft slightly to face the wind better if you have a crosswind.
2931, turn left heading 260, connect departure. Left
So Norm says, call me Norm, all right.
And then over to departure, Delta 2931.
Yeah, the YouTube live chat is showing everyone's @ handle and not necessarily the formal name of the account. It's kind of annoying sometimes because you get these weird, like, random tags that have a bunch of like letters and numbers sometimes. It's Brian Live. Hey, great to see you today, Brian. This is good evening, Alex and MSP Airport Live fans. Happy Saturday, Brian. I was going to say happy Wednesday for a split second. I'm like, no, it's the weekend. Is it the weekend? It doesn't seem like it's Saturday, but it is. Yeah, that also means that our LAX trip is less than a week away.
360, runway 30 left, take off.
So in 3 days, I will be airborne for Los Angeles, taking our show on the road. We're so stoked to be working with their friends Peter and Josh from LA Flights. They're some awesome av geeks, great people, excited to be working with them. Our friend Josh is going to be giving us the LAX tour on Wednesday morning, excited for it. And we are also excited because, in addition to it being our first ever installment of live plane spotting from Los Angeles, it'll be our first ever nightcast as well. All right, here's Iceland Air getting back into the air for Reykjavik.
There 656 on the northbound heading 360, connect parts, good day. Heading 360, departure, good day, 656.
Yes, Brian, Saturday is better than Wednesday. I would agree as well. Well, in the spotting terms around here, probably Wednesday's better just because we have a larger selection of things to pick from as far as the different aircraft we spot during the day and during the evening as well. I'll tell you what, but today's show did not disappoint, certainly. We've caught a lot of crabbing as aircraft face the crosswind on approach to runway 30 left, as this aircraft is doing today. That's provided some pretty interesting landing ops as well. Boy, the wind feels really refreshing at your back if you're out at the viewing area today. Certainly does for me. And I think the biggest highlight of the day, without question, has to be the 747-8s going on taxiway Mike. So the aircraft can go on taxiway Mike if there is a follow-me vehicle waiting for it. If not, they have to take the crosswind runway 422 to exit the south parallel runway upon arrival and take that to taxi to taxiway Tango, and they will take Tango to their ramp.
Ground United 1888, making a right on Mike, going to get.
So we had a pretty unique spotting moment today.
Runway 30 right, clear to land.
Mike 6, cross runway 4 and Delta into the gate.
Mike 6, cross runway 4 and Delta into the gate.
It'll be interesting if we see more 747-8 taxis on Mike. The 747-8 is the largest aircraft that MSP can regularly accommodate. The critical design aircraft for MSP Airport, which is the largest in aircraft that is designed to be handled by an airport, is the 747-400. That goes back to the Northwest days. For cargo, it's the 747-8. Now, MSP can and has received A380 diversions here. In fact, one last summer in the month of August. But they are once in a blue moon. They are uber rare. So I also should do a quick weather radar check here to see if there's anything to our west.
721, clear to land, 30 right.
Not really, just pop-up sprinkles here and there. Nothing too serious. In fact, nothing serious at all. Uh-oh. Looks like we have a medical emergency over at the G concourse. That's never good to see, the flashing lights like that. It is in the sense that there is a response and that the person needing attention is going to get that first responder treatment quickly so they can get the care they need, but hope everybody's hanging in there that is not doing well, so hopefully nothing more serious comes as a result of it.
Delta 1835, lost sight of Jazz. Are they clear the runway? 1835 there on the parallel.
So we have some menacing looking clouds off in the distance. So this is actually just to our south. There's not a whole lot of precipitation though.
And November 616 Victor Golf.
So actually we are looking at the off the distance the Mall of America, the nation's largest shopping mall.
721, turn left on runway 22, ground point 9, section point 8.
So we'll zoom in a little bit closer here to show you the Mall of America. So it's in the neighboring suburb of Bloomington, Minnesota. Before the Mall of America was constructed, it used to be the home of the Minnesota Twins and the Minnesota Vikings. The old Metropolitan Stadium
Stepped on the
used to stand on
push approved.
the site where the Mall of America now occupies now.
Tower, you ready to go? The 881 fly heading 300, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
721 ground, contact ground 48.
12, gust 18.
So there you go, everybody. There's the Mall of America. Now in the center, that's the JW Marriott Hotel.
4 works, ground point 9er.
Put 4.9 Delta 1935. Out of 1835 is off on runway 4 for gate Golf 8.
1835 maps contact C via Alpha.
Via Alpha Delta 1835.
Still 368 minute star wind 240 at 12, gust 18, runway 30 left, clear to land.
For land, or to left, and we'll park over Sun Country.
Yeah, let's see if we can catch the private jet here on the north side.
Still 1835, looks like somebody might be in your gate, so just continue all the way down Alpha, Alpha 2 Bravo, short of Alpha 3.
Let's see who this is.
Alpha 2 Bravo, short of 3 Delta.
I think I know who this is.
924 maps ground, push approved.
That's Jazz
runway 30
Aviation
right.
for Air Canada. So they're going to head into the alley over at Concourse E.
Delta 1356 maps ground, wait for Air Canada park in
Love
the
to see
alley
the Maple
opposite,
Leaf.
you guys, and pushes approved.
You know, I
runway
wish we
30
got
left.
Air Canada more often here. I mean, we used to get occasional mainline A220 service from Toronto Pearson or Montreal, but not anything that I can tell on the flight schedules. We get a lot of WestJet also, just because they have a code share with Delta.
881, contact departure.
Ground on 1835, Golf 8 just get ready to push.
Well, I got
Oh,
nowhere
wow.
really to
This
park
is a
yet,
really
so
good
let's
looking
keep going.
Dassault Falcon 6X.
Alpha 2 Bravo,
So the Falcon 50 is the tri-jet Dassault Falcon here.
Or 616 Victor Golf, turn left, Delta, taxi whiskey, monitor.
Got the bucket reversers as well. You know, I really like the look of the Falcon 6X. This is a really good looking bizjet here. It's a pretty clean paint job. So they're going to head over to the Signature Flight Support Services terminal. So this bizjet, registration November 616 Victor Golf, coming in from Vancouver. So they departed YVR about 2 hours and 46 minutes ago. And they have now safely arrived here at MSP, and they're going to head to Signature, where the fine folks over there are going to take care of them and their passengers, and of course the crew too.
Delta 162 Heavy, Memphis ground, push approved, runway 30 left.
Push approved, 30 left, Delta 162 Heavy, forgot to mention unable flying.
Okay.
All right, so we do have a Delta Heavy departure, so that's kind of what we're waiting on here. So if some of you are wondering, Alex, why are you sticking it out with the live broadcast? There's not too much going on. Well, Delta 162 is the reason why. So that is our second daily departure to AMS out of 3. Delta 164 will be departing nocturnally after dark out of the Twin Cities to AMS. So there are
368, any
3
right turn and ground point
daily Amsterdam departures and arrivals at MSP during the spring and summer. And the early departure and arrival is with the 350-900. The other 2 are operated with an A330-900 Neo.
Ground 368, Alpha for Fox 3.
368 members ground, taxi via Alpha, turn left on runway 4, and on runway 4 hold short of Charlie 6. Gates open, alleys not.
Left, Alpha, left on the runway, short of Charlie 6, Delta 368.
Yeah, just so we're not confused, Delta 368, turn left on runway 4, short of Charlie 6.
Left on runway 4, short of Charlie 6, Delta 368.
John Bramlett says, Alex, can't wait to go shopping at the Mall of America. Also says, I like the Hilton brand hotels. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Hilton hotels as well as you are. So I know a friend of mine that's really close to me that I've known since high school. He's actually made a cameo a few times on MSP Live in the past. Our jet-setting buddy, Nick Lee. He's actually a Hilton Honors member. So he gets a lot of great perks with all of the Hilton hotels. I, on the other hand, have status with nobody. This is because I don't travel very often.
2035, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
30 left via Alpha, Delta 23.
All right, Delta 162, pushing back from F concourse.
Super Tug, 4 maps ground, are you able to get out of East Main Base in front of that 7-3 at Alpha 3 or no? Super Tug 4, Roger, just hold tight then.
Hold tight, copy. Take ground Delta 924 for Foxtrot 4 with X-ray taxi.
Delta 924, runway 30 right, taxi.
Chad, so great to see you today. Happy Saturday. This is hello, Alex, and hello, Chad. Hey, Chad, great to see you. So we are currently awaiting Delta 162 to taxi, and then it will depart. It'll be our next big highlight for today.
Yeah. 924, monitor ground point 8.
Monitor point 8 for Delta 924. Ground Delta 1366, taxi with X here.
Delta 1356, runway 30 left, taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie and Alpha, give way to company 73, left to right on Charlie.
Charlie 5, Charlie, Alpha 30 left, give way to company left to right, Delta 1366.
Delta 924, traffic out of the alley at Charlie 5, will give way to you.
Delta 23, 85 minutes start, turn left, heading 280, runway 30 left, for takeoff. Left turn 280, 30 left, for takeoff. 527 minutes, start enabled, 30 left, line up and wait, there's no one on final.
Charlie 6, into your gate.
Charlie 6, Delta 2, Minneapolis ground, Delta 162, heavy taxi.
So 162, heavy, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta Alpha.
Delta Alpha 30 left, Delta 162 heavy. 45 minutes, start wind 230 at 9, runway 30 right, clear to land.
All right, Delta 162 Heavy is starting to strut its stuff for Amsterdam.
Number 49, correction, and number 5489 Minneapolis ground. behind the RJ.
All right, so we're going to get to our next departure here on the south parallel. There's actually a few more departures that'll be filing their way out of the Twin Cities.
Wind 2308, fly runway heading, runway 30 left, go take off. Number 4925, Minneapolis tower traffic's 5 mile final, runway 30 right, line of point.
All right, Alex, I'm back. We have a very close friend of the channel here, so it's a good chance to get caught up.
Going Papa, contact ground point error. 2930 right.
K. Klein 565 says, my husband Doug and I are enjoying this from the hot tub. Hey, there you go.
Oh, really?
Left to right, then your pushes
So where I live, there is actually a pool and a hot tub, and they just opened that up, I think maybe yesterday. But yeah, that sounds really relaxing.
Sidestep Bravo, Charlie Alpha, RJ waits for you. 27, turn left heading 260, contact departure. 260 over departure, number 5527. Number 4972, after the 71 taxi via Papa. Minneapolis ground push approved on 830 right.
All right, there's our Delta Heavy to Amsterdam. That is almost to the threshold at 30 left. So pretty soon the Silent Giant will be underway. Brian Live says, you and Doug understood the assignment. I would agree, yes.
Turn right heading 360, contact departure, fly north, contact departure.
Well, they're up and out of here in a hurry.
That was 4040, turn further left heading 260, contact departure. Left turn 260 and over to departure, Sky was 4040.
So as we just heard from our air traffic controllers, that's SkyWest 4040. They're headed to Louisville.
A nice sporty takeoff as well.
Yeah, and speaking of the Kentucky...
Oh, I was just going to say the same
Kentucky
thing.
Derby
Yes.
was today.
Start of the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, I have no idea who won because I've been out, was out doing some things before I came here to the viewing area this afternoon, and I'll figure out, or we won't figure out, we will learn who won it, you know, when we can get back home and check in on it.
SkyWest 162 Foxtrot, Minneapolis ground push.
And just as a heads up, Alex 162 is next for departure on runway 30 left.
C3 Minneapolis ground push approved, runway 30 left. Super 6 ready for tow.
D-Space 9, hey, great to see you today.
Super Tug 6.
This is what model plane is that SkyWest flying out of there that took off so fast? It's an Embraer E175LR.
Delta 2245, Minneapolis ground.
Flown on the Embraer E175LR once for SkyWest. Thoroughly enjoyed my experience in Comfort Plus. One of the best flights I ever took, as a matter of fact. Delta 162 now lined up with 30 lefts.
Delta 2929, hold short of Alpha 7, reference to push.
So if you can see that blinking red light down there, that's the top beacon on our A330neo in command of 162 Heavy.
Well, let's see. For now, remain clear of the Minneapolis Class Bravo airspace. Circumnavigate towards the north. I got traffic departing another parallel.
So any minute now, 162 Heavy.
49, turn right heading 3.
We'll get airborne for AMS.
Delta 2918, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
Papa to 30 right, Delta 2290. Delta 2614, taxi with Yankee.
Delta 2614, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa behind the, discard taxi via Papa.
30 right would be a Papa, Delta 2614.
All right, everybody, here they go.
Delta 2967 ready to taxi with Yankee.
Delta 2918, give way to the 319 ahead of you, joining Papa.
Alright, behind the 319 ahead,
Delta 2967, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
30 left via Alpha, Delta 2967.
Endeavor 4981, standby. Delta 29. Delta 2245, left turn on Bravo when able into the gate. Bravo into the gate. 45. Endeavor 4981, Minneapolis ground. Runway 30 right, taxi via Papa. At Delta 2614, give way to the RJ joining Papa ahead of you. The first RJ.
Alright, the first RJ joining Papa will give way to 2614.
Thanks for the update. If you had wings, the winning horse looks like was Golden Tempo.
That's a good name for a horse, I'm not going to lie.
Yes, he says, was all the way at the back for much of the race and then moved ahead to win at the stretch. First female horse trainer to win the Derby. All right.
I'm going to have to go home and I'm going to have to look at those highlights later on. It's a pretty historic moment for the Kentucky Derby. Golden Tempo.
Runway 30 left.
But that was the smart play. You kind of hang at the back for a little while, then you exert all of your energy right at the very end so that one last final surge can catapult you into victory lane. And that's exactly, I guess, what happened there. So, pretty intelligent strategy.
Delta 2418, we have ground push crew, runway 30 right.
Let's look at the aircraft viewing area. Still quite a few folks out here enjoying the evening plane spotting that MSP has to offer. Looks like we also have a little bit of a clearing there out in the distance.
Yeah, I can see it because out at the horizon, as far as we can see,
here, we'll zoom in on
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Supertech 6, taxi to the east main base via Alpha. Alpha to base.
So there is light out there from the setting sun. Sunset here is about 8:20.
2066, turn left on Charlie, kind of ground.
Look at that.
The Embraer will get with you. Apron.
How's that for a picture?
0 contact departure, see.
I thought we weren't going to see a little bit of the sunset skies, but apparently we're going to get a peak here towards the end.
924, 12407, flying runway heading, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
DJF Phantom Fan says it was a great race. I headed out to the viewing area at the moment it ended. Oh, nice.
4981, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 right, line up point.
Wally Borum, 5544, so great to have you on board today.
Endeavor 4981.
Says good night all. Rocks.
Right,
can't wait for LA. Same here, my friend. Have a great night and take care.
Charlie 5 here. Just a taxi via right turn on Quebec, runway 4, hold short of Charlie 6. 63, thanks. Delta 2967, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, line up and wait.
0 left, line up away, Delta 2967.
Endeavor 5179, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa. 2614, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 right, line up and wait. Skywest 162 Foxtrot, runway 30 right, behind the RJ, coming out of 79, taxi via Papa. Skywest 4129, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 right. Delta 924, contact departure, see ya. Delta 2967, wind 23010, gust 17, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Left turn heading 280, 30 left, clear for takeoff. Via Alpha, Delta 2125.
Delta 2614, just continue holding a position, runway 30 right, line up and wait, Delta 2614. Delta 2846, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 left.
Push approved, 30 left, Delta 2846.
Departure. 30 right. Endeavor 4934, Minneapolis ground, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa. Clear to land. 3886, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa. Runway 30 right, cleared for takeoff. What time aircraft are you? But 2967, turn further left heading 26026, contact departure, see ya.
Left turn heading 260 over departure, Delta 2967.
I'm waiting for a inbound to Gulf 21 before I get you moving.
Waiting for Gulf 21. I'm up to 2418, Yankee pass.
Delta 2418, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
30 left via Alpha, Delta 2418.
Position wind 25011, gust 17, runway 30 right, clear to land. This is Delta 2125, give way to the 737, joining Alpha ahead of you.
Give way to the 73, Delta 2125.
Runway 30 right, cleared for takeoff. The 2614, turn right, heading 340.
Ground approach 3800, we approach this gate, but there's somebody there for, we go down to make a little thing there, Papa.
Calling for the Skywest 3700, taxi down via Papa, and then U-turn on Quebec, hold short of spot 79.
Hold short 79, then come back to spot 69.
All right, so it's that time during the broadcast where we're going to begin our runway recap for today, RJ. It was a phenomenal day for plane spotting, and again, there were some pretty interesting highlights. We'll take a look at one of them in our highlights package we like to call our runway recap. And you guys probably already know what's on the horizon with that.
Ground, runway 30 left, taxi via Quebec, short of the pushback.
So I'm just getting everything set up so we can get our runway recap underway. You guys ready? I would say so. So here we go, everybody. Our runway recap for tonight. It was an interesting Saturday here at MSP. Delta 160 getting airborne with the A350-900. It's a great way to start the show, always with the A350. It's a bit gusty today. It's been quite gusty here this spring up in the north. Then 165 arrived in gusty conditions, gusting over 20 knots here as the A330-900 gracefully touched down into the wind from Amsterdam Schiphol. Things started out on the sunnier side, RJ, but they quickly turned overcast, got pelted with some driving sprinkles. Later on during the show, we had a north flow today, no mix stops, so the action was fast-paced and action-packed. And how about this? The 747-8 on taxiway, Mike, with a follow-me vehicle. This is one of the rarest things to catch at the viewing area or at MSP in general for spotting. So this replay is, in our highlights package, deserving of a second look. I mean, this is incredible. First time I've seen the 747-8 freighter on taxiway, Mike, during one of our shows. Special moment on this Saturday, especially before we head out to Los Angeles next week. And then how about another A350 departure to tack on to the docket, 9960, repositioning to Salt Lake City, Utah. And then Delta 170 would scoot in from Seoul a little bit later on in the show after 9960 Heavy departed for Salt Lake. So we had quite a few A350s today, RJ, during the late afternoon and evening during our show, which is always fantastic.
Now, I'm assuming they were just moving that airplane. It wasn't a revenue flight with passengers on board?
Yep. And the Delta 258 unleashing the thunder with the GECF 680s getting airborne for Dublin, Ireland. This flight moves to daily status at MSP. And the A330-300s always make a lot of racket when they get airborne, and we love that. They produce the loudest takeoffs observed from the viewing area. Later on in the evening, Icelandair 656 would sprint off the south parallel with the 737 MAX 8, headed back to Reykjavik. And then just moments ago, Delta 162 Heavy on time and headed over to Amsterdam with the A330-900 Neo. The silent giant getting airborne in the overcast dusk skies above Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport. And that is our runway recap for today. So RJ, as the sun starts to set here and as we're getting closer to closing time of the viewing area, a favorite moment from today, I think without question it had to be the 747 on taxiway, Mike.
Oh yeah, it's still an honor.
I mean, any 747,
yes.
But I mean, come on, the Dash 8s.
Yep. That is for sure, because my dad used to fly them in and out of here all the time. And my uncle as well, until they moved out to the Seattle area. Only difference is it had a red tail.
I wish it was red tail as well. So coming up at the end of our stream, stick around. We're going to have a special sneak peek presentation for what we're about to see next week on MSP Airport Live. All of our live shows next week are going to be from a new spot. We're going to plane spotting paradise. And it's going to be so amazing to take all of you there with us. I want to take a quick moment beforehand to let you know that our broadcasts are proudly supported by our friends over at Jet Set Shirts. Get a slice of the Jet Set life and throw on one of their awesome tees. They're super comfortable. They fit nice and comfy. They're true to size. I own the MD-11 shirt proudly. It's in the wash right now. But I will be taking it to LA, and they have amazing designs. We have, by the way, the MSP Airport Live exclusive merch on Jet Set Shirts. We have our exclusive Jet Set Shirts MSP Live LAX Edition tees now available. So check them out at jetsetshirts.com. And also, MSP Airport Live is proudly supported by the pilot's weather map. Functional for the pilot for everyday living. Get your weather information at a glance for all airports. So these weather maps are really cool because they're functional, right? So if you're a pilot, you want to take a look at different airports at a glance. What's the weather like? What are the flying rules like? It's a nice piece of decor to have in your home. They're custom made, exceptionally fine crafted. Even aviation enthusiasts should get one. They're amazing pieces. And they can do not just Minnesota, maybe Wisconsin. They can do a whole bunch of different states. Check them out at thepilotsweathermap.com for more. And MSP Airport Live is also proudly supported by DG Pilot, purveyor of gifts for the aviation and travel enthusiast. They have an amazing selection of aircraft models. If you're a collector like I am, they're the place to go get your stuff. They look at their models before they ship them out to you, so you are always getting a quality product. And they are aviation enthusiasts just like you, wanting to make that collectible experience better. They also have a lot of other amazing products as well. Minnesota-made local goods, travel gear, and guides for your next trip. It's all there. It's online. Visit dgpilot.com. So we're not going to close in our usual way because tonight is our last MSP stream before our trip to sunny Southern California. And we want to thank everybody for tuning in today to this installment of MSP Airport Live. So after the credits roll, we'll give our special presentation, a sneak peek, as my English is getting a little bit rough here. It's been a long day. As to what's to come, starting on Wednesday next week, out at LAX. For John Joseph, Logan Justice, and RJ Bean, Alex Redding, wishing you well and happy spotting. And we will see you next week in Los Angeles, California. Have a great night, everybody.
See ya.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, Our #1 goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialist will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.